This is a commentary on the philosopher Nietzsche's greatest work, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. The commentary is based on the interpretation by Nietzsche scholar Laurence Lampert, as contained in his book Nietzsche's Teaching. I will stick quite closely to his interpretation throughout this video, but will note a couple of things that may call it into question. And whenever I express my own view, I'll make it clear that I'm doing so. This, by the way, is the magnificent cover of the Penguin edition of Zarathustra, a painting by the German expressionist Wenzel Hablich. This is, to me, the perfect expression of the spirit of the book. The translation for that edition is by R.J. Hollingdale, and this is the translation I'll be using for quotes throughout the video, although sometimes I'll use Lampert's own translations where I find these more illuminating. In my life work, my Zarathustra holds a place apart. With it, I gave my fellow men the greatest gift that has ever been bestowed upon them. These are the lofty words with which the book is introduced in Nietzsche's autobiography, Ecce Homo. He wrote the 4 parts of this greatest of books in the years 1883 to 1884. Each of the first 3 parts was largely written in an intense 10-day burst of inspiration, and it was these 3 that were originally intended to make up the complete book. The 4th was added as an afterthought and sent only to a select group of friends with strict instructions to keep it secret. Why the name Zarathustra? Zarathustra, also known in the West as Zoroaster, was an ancient Persian prophet, founder of Zoroastrianism, a religion that conceived of the world as a cosmic battle between the forces of good and evil, between the good God and his evil adversary. Instead of a traditional cyclical conception of time, it introduced a linear conception. Time was progress from the world's creation through the cosmic moral battle to a final judgment in which the dead would be raised. It is said to have influenced Judaism and thereby Christianity, Islam, and the entire Western worldview. As we'll come to see, therefore, the original Zarathustra is in many ways the antithesis of Nietzsche's Zarathustra, who utterly rejects a morally based metaphysics and promotes a view of time in which the same things eternally return. So, why Zarathustra? Nietzsche answers this in Ecce Homo. The overcoming of morality by itself through truthfulness, the moralist's overcoming of himself in his opposite. In other words, the cosmic moralism of Zarathustra that raised the virtue of truthfulness to the highest importance undermined itself in the end when, due to that very truthfulness, men discovered that the world is in fact profoundly amoral, and no moral realm lies beyond it. In choosing this name for his protagonist, it is as though Nietzsche compresses the whole of humanity's millennia-long process of realization into the life of one individual. The book is unusual among Nietzsche's other books because it is the only one, with a dramatic structure. Although his typical aphoristic way of speaking is preserved in Zarathustra's speeches, the speeches themselves occur in the context of actions, events, and experiences. This dramatic structure is essential to understanding Zarathustra, as we'll come to see. We can't just read the book as a collection of speeches to be perused in any order. At the highest level, the plot of the book traces Zarathustra's return to civilization from his 10-year-long solitude in the mountains, through his attempts to spread his ideas and promote the coming of a redeeming Superman, through deeper discoveries, such as the will to power that grounds all phenomena and the fundamental problem of revenge, and finally to his return to solitude, where he performs his greatest act, the self-redemption effected by affirming the eternal return of all things. Throughout the course of the book, Zarathustra's understanding of reality, of others, and of himself changes considerably, and the speeches need to be read in the context of this evolving understanding in order to be rightly understood. In Letters to Friends, Nietzsche described his book as an entrance hall, a metaphor suggesting a way readers may enter into the completed structure of his thought. by following Zarathustra's development, we may enter into Nietzsche's philosophy. Thus Spoke Zarathustra is subtitled, A Book for Everyone and No One. In one sense, everyone can understand it. It doesn't use any technical philosophical jargon, but in another sense, it is very difficult to understand. It is poetic, allegorical, elusive, seemingly extreme and self-contradictory. But it seems this is deliberate. As he hints in the book itself, Nietzsche wants the right kind of reader. Perhaps no one has really understood it except himself. My hope is that this video will help to at least illuminate more of its meaning for others, as Lampert illuminated it for me. Laurence Lampert was a philosopher and one of the world's foremost Nietzsche scholars. When I first studied Zarathustra with the help of his commentary at the start of last year, he was still alive. Sadly, he has since passed away in April 2024. This video is therefore devoted to his memory. Speaking of Zarathustra and Ecce Homo, Nietzsche says, "Such things can reach only the most elect. Not everyone who likes can have ears to hear Zarathustra." In a similar vein, he writes in the preface of another work, Daybreak, that he and his book are friends of the slow tempo, of lento, and that he is a teacher of slow reading, teaching to read slowly, deeply, looking cautiously fore and aft, with reservations, with doors left open, with delicate eyes and fingers. In his commentary, Lampert points out that Nietzsche uses an artful or esoteric form of writing, having rediscovered the esoteric-exoteric distinction known to pre-modern philosophers. That is to say, before the modern era, philosophers would often deliberately write their works on at least two levels. A surface reading would suggest one thing, usually in broad conformity to the prevailing ideas of society, while a deeper reading would suggest something very different, usually something that would be considered subversive. In this way, philosophers could both protect themselves from society and protect society from themselves, while still being accessible to each other, that is, anyone gifted and patient enough to penetrate to their deeper meaning. In the modern world, the discovery of esoteric writing is most associated with Leo Strauss, who is a major influence on Lampert. Now, though similar to this, the way Nietzsche wrote wasn't exactly the same. One reason was because, thanks to the Enlightenment, his life was no longer under threat for writing against orthodox religious and social beliefs. As anyone who's read some Nietzsche knows, he was far from restrained in declaring his opinions about these. Another reason was that he wasn't particularly concerned about protecting society from himself. In fact, like many thinkers of his time, he wanted to disrupt and transform it, though not for the sake of some future utopia, but for the greater flourishing of greater individuals. So what motivated him to write in an artful or esoteric way? Because he was fishing for philosophical friends, suggests Lampert, for allies in his philosophical mission. These potential friends were the so-called free spirits. Already free of the more overt orthodoxies, valuing free and unrestrained intellectual inquiry, in many ways embodying an earlier stage of Nietzsche's own intellectual journey, they were the most apt to understand and embrace his ideas. Nevertheless, there were certain barriers. Lampert highlights two ways Nietzsche risked driving them away before they gave him a full hearing. The first was that the place Nietzsche assigned himself in the history of thought was momentous. We get a sense of this in the quote from Ecce Homo, with which I opened this video. By then, it seems, he had largely given up the pretense of being less than he was. This may be because that book was written in the year before his breakdown into madness, and perhaps we see the first flickers of that madness within it. Or it could be because he was by then so confident of his importance. These are my speculations, not Lampert's. Before dismissing Nietzsche's megalomania, we should remember just how much of a massive influence he has had on culture and philosophy in the 1.5 centuries since he wrote. But when he was writing Zarathustra, at least, he was more guarded. According to Lampert, there's something very specific in that book that he never makes explicit, though he hints at it throughout, something that could be seen as offensive hubris if openly announced. I won't give that away now, but I'll let it unfold as we go through the book. The second reason was because those free spirits he appealed to were, by and large, skeptics. That is to say, in a certain sense, cautious, deeply suspicious of any sweeping proclamations about the nature of reality, suspicious, too, of all philosophies of a definitive yes and no that would stake a claim on them and involve them in action. In Beyond Good and Evil, the book that followed Zarathustra, Nietzsche writes, "When a philosopher today gives us to understand that he is not a skeptic, all the world is offended to hear him. Thereafter he is regarded with a certain dread. There is much one would like to ask him. Indeed, among timid listeners, of whom there are nowadays a very great number, he is henceforth considered dangerous." In Lampert's view, Nietzsche is not a skeptic, though he's often been identified as one. He has a definite teaching about the nature of the world, that is, it is will to power, and a definite vision for the individual and society, rooted in the idea of the eternal return of all things. These definite teachings would scandalize his timid skeptical hearers if he presented them in an artless way. Instead, he presents them in the midst of an unfolding narrative in Zarathustra and in hints and glimpses in Beyond Good and Evil, while he meanwhile masquerades as a mere free spirit himself. Another piece of the puzzle is that these free spirits, though they believe they are free from all traditional orthodoxies, are still in the thrall of the shadow of the dead God, Christian morality, the morality that makes them value truth at any cost, the morality as well that makes them adherents of the ideal of universal human equality. Nietzsche's contention is that they haven't gone far enough in their free thought. If they went further, they would come out the other side of this morality and end up with him. And one more hint about where Nietzsche and these free spirits diverge, on the issue of gods. The free spirits are atheists. This is controversial, but Lampert argues that Nietzsche's views on the subject are more nuanced than typically assumed. When he has his protagonist announce to the crowd combatively, "I am Zarathustra, the godless," we can imagine his free spirit reader's cheer. But when he rhapsodizes about Dionysus, however, the nesting of these excessive speeches within the reserve of a gradually developing narrative helps to balance them, so their effect is not overwhelming. Zarathustra speaks in different ways to different people and learns to speak differently as the narrative progresses. To interpret Nietzsche's meaning, we must use both Zarathustra's words and the context they occur in. What is he simplifying? What is he exaggerating? What is he withholding? What is his purpose in speaking this way to this particular group or person? A final reason for his writing this way is that Nietzsche wants a reader of a particular caliber and character. "I hate the reading idler," Zarathustra says in the chapter on reading and writing. And in the same chapter, referring to the very style in which the book is written, aphorisms should be peaks, and those to whom they are spoken should be big and tall of stature. I would be getting ahead of myself if I described all the ways Nietzsche builds up layers of meaning and points the attentive reader to the deeper. It's better just to show this in action throughout the book. But we can perhaps clarify his purpose. As Nietzsche writes in Ecce Homo, "Is not Zarathustra, because of these things, a seducer?" In the words of Lampert, Nietzsche presents his teaching as utterly novel, a wicked allurement, a thing of the devil. He presents his intoxicating blend of excess and reserve in his own form of esoteric writing, where even the surface is outrageous, because he is aiming to tempt the strong, free spirit further, to befriend him for the great historical tasks that await them when they cease even to worship the dead god's shadow. These are the books that helped me make this video. On the left, the most important, Lampert's commentary of Zarathustra, titled Nietzsche's Teaching, published in 1986. On the right, his commentary of Beyond Good and Evil, titled Nietzsche's Task, published in 2001. Lampert calls Beyond Good and Evil Nietzsche's second most important book, and it's useful for understanding Zarathustra because, as Nietzsche remarked in a letter to Jacob Burckhardt, it says the same things as Thus Spoke Zarathustra, but differently, very differently. For one, he reverts in it to his usual aphoristic style, unaccompanied by narrative. But perhaps more importantly, while Zarathustra is a fundamentally affirmative yes-saying book, Beyond Good and Evil is a fundamentally negative no-saying book. Upon writing Zarathustra, as he says in Ecce Homo, the yes-saying part of my task had been solved. Next came the no-saying, no-doing part of my task. With the latter, Nietzsche launches his war against all the old values, but for the sake of the new positive vision articulated in Zarathustra. Needless to say, I would strongly recommend getting these books if you're interested in Nietzsche. This video will only be able to capture a fraction of the insights that are brought forth in them, so please check them out if you want the more complete story. In the video, I'll focus more on the crucial chapters, though I will talk about every chapter in parts 1 through 3. Considering its status in regard to the rest of the book, I'll deal with all of part 4 in just a couple of slides at the end, following the way Lampert treats it in his commentary. Timestamps are available in the description below. If you're pressed for time and only want the gist of this interpretation, I've put the most important chapters in bold. And with that, let's get into the book. Here is how Thus Spoke Zarathustra begins. When Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and the lake of his home and went into the mountains. Here he had the enjoyment of his spirit and his solitude, and he did not weary of it for 10 years. Part 1 of the book is divided into 2 main sections, Zarathustra's Prologue and Zarathustra's speeches. Though the prologue contains some important speeches itself, its main purpose is to set the scene for all that follows. What Zarathustra learns in the prologue will be put into practice in the speeches. After 10 years of solitude, Zarathustra resolves to return to men. The prologue continues. But at last his heart turned, and one morning he rose with the dawn, stepped before the sun, and spoke to it thus: "Great star, what would your happiness be if you had not those for whom you shine?" In this first section of the prologue, in the book as a whole, Zarathustra blesses and seeks the blessing of the sun, to whom he compares himself. Like the sun, Zarathustra now needs those on whom he can shine. His wisdom has grown superabundant, over-rich in his solitude, and like the sun, he resolves to go down, to go under, to descend to men and teach them. On his way down the mountain, he meets a hermit, an old saint who is one of the very few who still earnestly believe in God. The saint warns him against going to men, who mistrust hermits and treat them as thieves. When he hears of the saint's genuine belief in God, Zarathustra bids him goodbye and hurriedly departs, lest he inadvertently rob him of this. They part with each other laughing, Zarathustra at the old saint's belief in God, the saint at Zarathustra's belief in mankind. Once gone, Zarathustra expresses his astonishment. Could it be possible? This old saint has not yet heard in his forest that God is dead. Zarathustra himself, Lampert argues, has long known that God is dead, that is to say, no longer really believable, really relevant, really felt and revered in the same wholehearted way since the Enlightenment and modern science. Lampert suggests he entered his solitude 10 years prior precisely in order to find a way beyond the meaninglessness this event seems to lead to. Now he believes he has found it, a way the earth can have meaning, even absent God. Zarathustra doesn't come to preach the death of God. He assumes everyone already knows it. But of course, there's knowing something deep down and implicitly, and knowing that you know it. Among the people Zarathustra goes to, many still try to believe in God. And of those who don't, most still revere some shadow of God, for example, the morality to which Christianity gave rise. Here are two quotes from The Gay Science, the book that preceded Zarathustra. First, section 125, the most famous, that includes the decisive phrase, "God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him." However, toward the end it says, "This tremendous event is still on its way, still wandering. It has not yet reached the ears of men. Lightning and thunder require time. The light of the stars requires time. Deeds, though done, still require time to be seen and heard. This deed is still more distant from them than the most distant stars, and yet they have done it themselves." And now, the second quote from section 108. "After Buddha was dead, his shadow was still shown for centuries in a cave, a tremendous, gruesome shadow. God is dead, but given the way of men, there may still be caves for thousands of years in which his shadow will be shown. And we still have to vanquish his shadow too." I've discussed this at some length, not only because it is one of Nietzsche's most popular ideas, but because it sets out the problem to which the book Zarathustra is the solution. How do we continue to live in a world no longer grounded in some transcendent reality? How can we have meaning in this world? How can we have joy? How can we have beauty? But back to the narrative. Having descended his mountain, Zarathustra arrives in a town and enters the marketplace where the people have gathered to watch a tightrope walker perform. He delivers his first speech to the people. "I teach you the Superman. Man is something that should be overcome. What have you done to overcome him?" The Übermensch, or Superman, is another one of Nietzsche's most famous ideas, and is the dominant idea of part 1. In this part, all his teachings are aimed at promoting the Superman's coming. The Superman shall be the meaning of the earth. Zarathustra says this in the same speech. This is the human of such strength and excellence that all of human history would appear to be justified by his coming. This isn't exactly a prophecy. Zarathustra's great fear is that he may not come. He is not predestined. Humanity has to create him. In this first speech of Zarathustra to the people, he expresses contempt for all the past and present in order to rouse the people to a grand new hope for the future. But the speech is not successful. The people respond with derisive laughter. At this moment, the tightrope walker begins to practice his art, and Zarathustra launches his second speech. "Man is a rope fastened between animal and Superman, a rope over the abyss." This speech is a change of tack from the first one, because instead of denigrating man as he is, he speaks to what he loves in him. What is great in man is that he is a bridge and not a goal. What can be loved in man is that he is a going across and a down going. But of course, this really comes to the same thing, because what he loves in present man is precisely that he is a means to something greater than himself. The crowd once again responds to his speech with laughter. Zarathustra realizes he's making no headway with them, because they will not accept the contempt for them his speeches are expressing. For his third speech, therefore, he resolves instead to speak to their pride. Instead of comparing them to a greater future, he compares them to a worse one. "I tell you, one must have chaos in one to give birth to a dancing star. I tell you, you still have chaos in you. Alas, the time is coming when man will give birth to no more stars. Alas, the time of the most contemptible man is coming, the man who can no longer despise himself. Behold, I shall show you the last man." For the last man, comfort and contentment are the highest values, and in fact the only values. Intolerant of adversity, they have become incapable of all greatness and live out their small, pathetic lives in one great herd without a herdsman. This is the culmination of the ideal of modernity. The speech is cut short by the laughter and shouts of the crowd. "Give us this last man, O Zarathustra," they cry. "Make us into this last man. You can have the Superman." In this they declare their allegiance to the modern ideal of comfort, along which they have already progressed a long way. They recognize that Zarathustra sees this progression too, and is again implicitly expressing his contempt for them and describing a worst possible future, and they resent him for it. Beneath their laughter boils anger, as he'll soon be reminded. Let's take a moment to focus on the Superman, typically considered one of Nietzsche's most essential ideas. The first thing to note is that in Zarathustra, it is almost always in the singular, Superman, not supermen. The only exception is in Part 2, Chapter 17, where the notion is criticized in the context of testing a disciple. The other striking thing is that, at the beginning of the book at least, the Superman belongs to the distant future. Zarathustra doesn't instruct his hearers to become the Superman, but only to prepare the conditions that may eventually lead to his arising. In a key chapter of Part 1, on the 1,000 peoples in one, the task of the future Superman will become apparent: to found a new global people. All of this goes against the popular interpretation that the teaching on the Superman is a general call to human greatness that anyone might apply to himself, that anyone can be a Superman. Finally, the idea of the Superman evolves as the book progresses. Though Part 1 is devoted to it, talk of it is curtailed in Part 2, where Zarathustra questions the abilities of his disciples and gains insights into reality and human psychology that render his earlier conception of the Superman unviable. By Part 3, he has himself taken on tasks he formerly relegated to the future Superman, and by the end of Part 3, he has accomplished them. While Zarathustra was proclaiming his third speech, the tightrope walker was at work, walking high above the crowd upon a rope stretched between two towers. When he was midway across, a jester, or buffoon, leapt out of the first tower and rapidly approached him along the rope. "Forward, lamefoot," he cried out to him. "Sluggard, intruder, pallid face, what are you doing here between towers? You belong in the tower. You should be locked up." When he was only a single step behind the tightrope walker, the text continues. He emitted a loud cry like a devil and sprang over the man standing in his path. But the latter, when he saw his rival thus triumph, lost his head and the rope. He threw away his pole and fell. When he hits the ground, he is shattered and dying. Zarathustra comforts him, assuring him of the non-existence of hell and commending him for dedicating his life to danger. He promises to bury him with his own hands, and the broken man dies, grateful. As he carries him out of the city to bury him, however, the jester accosts him, warning him to leave and telling him that the good and the just hate him, and that it is good that they laughed at him, or they would have done far worse. "Leave this town," he says, "or tomorrow I shall jump over you, a living man over a dead one." Who is the jester or buffoon? A passage from Beyond Good and Evil illuminates the issue. Cynicism is the only form in which common souls come close to honesty, and the higher man must prick up his ears at every cynicism, whether coarse or refined, and congratulate himself whenever a buffoon or a scientific satire speaks out in his presence. The buffoon is a cynic who scoffs at the heroic, as embodied in the tightrope walker's art and in Zarathustra's admonitions. As Lampert says on page 28 of his commentary, in the superiority of his cynicism, he knows that his alone is the art of the high wire. Only cynicism, bitter knowledge of man's ignoble origins and vain ends, transcends everyday life. He will leap over Zarathustra too, another foolish tightrope walker. But, as Nietzsche also notes, one must prick up one's ears in the presence of such a cynic, as along with their tendency to denigrate, they are also likely to convey important information that others won't admit or say out loud. In this case, he brings the crucial information confirming Zarathustra's suspicions that the good and the just see him as a threat to be destroyed. After a couple of hours of walking with the dead man on his back, he becomes hungry and stops at a hermit's cottage. He who feeds the hungry refreshes his own soul, Zarathustra tells him when he opens the door. The hermit offers both Zarathustra and his dead companion bread and wine. He does not distinguish between the living and the dead. To him, philanthropy is an abstract duty. His soul is far from refreshed thereby. Zarathustra wanders on into the night and eventually lies down to sleep, placing the dead man in a hollow tree to protect the body from wolves. But he awakes the next morning with an insight, inspired by the events of the previous day and particularly by the absurd action of the hermit who gives to all, living or dead, indiscriminately. "A light has dawned on me," he says. "I need companions, living ones, not dead companions and corpses which I carry with me wherever I wish. But I need living companions who follow me because they want to follow themselves and who want to go where I want to go. A light has dawned for me. Zarathustra shall not speak to the people, but to companions. Zarathustra shall not be a herdsman and a dog to the herd. To lure many away from the herd. That is why I have come. The people in the herd shall be angry with me. The herdsman shall call Zarathustra a robber." This insight defines Zarathustra's strategy for the remainder of Part 1. Instead of preaching to the people, he will appeal to gifted individuals capable of going their own way. He will develop independent disciples able to carry on his task when he is gone, the task of bringing about Superman. In the final section of the prologue, his two animals appear to him, his eagle and his serpent, the eagle circling overhead with the serpent coiled around his neck. These are the animals with whom he spent his 10-year solitude. He calls the eagle the proudest animal and the serpent the cleverest animal under the sun. Clever or prudent, the German word Klugheit, combines these two meanings. Pride and cleverness are virtues for Zarathustra, though vices from a Christian standpoint. There are other levels of symbolism. In traditional Zoroastrianism, the eagle represents the good god Ahura Mazda, while the serpent represents his evil adversary Ahriman. The eagle soars high in the sky, nearest to the heavens, while the serpent dwells closest to the earth. The entwining of the animals is therefore an overcoming of duality, particularly the dualism of morality, an appropriate emblem for Zarathustra's philosophy. And then there is the circling, the coiling, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Here, Zarathustra puts into effect his strategy of disregarding the crowd while appealing to gifted individuals to train as his companions or disciples. His first speech in this section, on the three transformations, presents in an appealing way the features of spirit needed by those who would follow him. The 6 following speeches denigrate the old teachings while hinting at newer, more attractive ones. These succeed and result in a dialogue between Zarathustra and a disciple tormented by newly awakened envy. The 6 speeches following that expand on the new teaching and make it clear that it involves an all-out war against the old teachings of death. This leads into the speech titled On the 1,000 Goals in One, the most important speech in Part 1 of Zarathustra, where Zarathustra names the will to power for the first time, identifying it as the force that has shaped all peoples hitherto and looks forward to a new global people with the coming of the Superman. 6 more speeches follow this, establishing new conventions conducive to the Superman, and then Part 1 closes with Zarathustra parting with his disciples, preparing them for the next stage of their development. That's the overall structure of part 1. But before Zarathustra can speak privately to his disciples, he needs to find them, and this involves once again speaking to the people in general. But this time his speech is different. He is not looking to convince the mass, but to fish out the promising individual. As such, he describes in an appealing way the qualities of spirit needed to become a companion of Zarathustra. These are therefore not simply requirements for potential disciples, but an attempt to flatter and entice. In a chapter already replete with animals, he gives this speech in a town called the Pied Cow, or the Colourful Cow in Lampert's translation, the town in which he has settled. Google Translate informs me the word bunta can mean either colourful or multicoloured, pied. Either way, the name suggests the rich, mixed, indeterminate character of a modern democratic city, as well as the domesticated character of its inhabitants. The diverse and permissive nature of such a city provides ample opportunity for a philosopher to draw away promising young men, as democratic Athens once did for Socrates and Plato. The first stage of development Zarathustra describes is that of the camel spirit. This is the heroic spirit. He says of it that its strength longs for the heavy, for the heaviest. Like a camel, it wants to be well laden. Zarathustra asks, "What is the heaviest thing, you heroes?" and then gives a list of 6 different possibilities involving, alternately, either severing oneself from knowledge or severing oneself from community. As I take it, there are 2 different ways to understand the description of the camel spirit, possibly in tension, but perhaps complementary. The first way to interpret it is that it describes the religious or ascetic spirit, the genuinely and deeply religious, not just religious in the way of ordinary people. This necessarily involves self-cruelty, both a certain severing oneself from others as one grows in inwardness, and severing oneself from knowledge in the name of faith, for which all other knowledge must be denied or toward which it must be bent. What's crucial here, however, is that this is the result of a strong and heroic spirit wanting to express and test its strength. It's not simply the resentment of the weak. But Lampert emphasizes a second way of interpreting it. The camel is a description of the first stage of discipleship for Zarathustra's followers. This implies a distancing from religion has already happened or is happening. The camel spirit has already transcended religion, but has not yet asserted its utmost freedom from the transcendent. The severing in this case is with religious wisdom and conventional society, that which comes from following the way of Zarathustra. So since there's a sense in Nietzsche in which following religion wholeheartedly eventually leads to its own negation, I don't think these 2 interpretations are necessarily contradictory. What is essential to the religious hero and the beginning heroic disciple of Zarathustra is the same: their strength and their need to use it, their extreme desire for victory, even over themselves. Although the chapter is on the 3 transformations, only 2 are actually described. The first transformation into the camel spirit is not described at all. Lampert suggests that this is precisely because it cannot be taught. It is to do with a person's nature. By beginning this way, Lampert says on page 33, Zarathustra limits his appeal to spirited natures of a special and rare sort, those whose qualities of spirit already single them out from the people as a whole. But the transformation from camel to lion is taught. In the loneliest desert, the camel spirit becomes a lion. It wants to capture freedom and become its own master, to create itself freedom for new creation, and therefore turns against the God and morality that it previously revered in order to burden and discipline itself. It confronts and kills the great dragon, called Thou Shalt, on the scales of which the values of 1,000 years glitter, to kill it with its defiant I will. This stage can be seen as continuous with the first. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche describes 3 rungs of a great ladder of religious cruelty. On the first, one sacrificed literal human beings to one's God. On the second, one sacrificed oneself to God in the name of morality, sacrificed the strongest instincts one possessed. On the third and final rung, however, one sacrifices, in Nietzsche's words, everything comforting, holy, healing, all hope, all faith in a concealed harmony, in a future bliss and justice. Did one not have to sacrifice God himself, and out of cruelty against oneself, worship stone, stupidity, gravity, fate, nothingness? Nietzsche then notes that this ultimate act of cruelty was reserved for his time. The flip side of this complete freedom achieved by cruelty is nihilism. The lion is a sacred no. To get beyond this, a further transformation is necessary into the creative child. Here are Zarathustra's beautiful words about this stage. The child is innocence and forgetfulness, a new beginning, a sport, a self-propelling wheel, a first motion, a sacred yes. Yes, a sacred yes is needed, my brothers, for the sport of creation. The spirit now wills its own will. The spirit sundered from the world now wins its own world. Many assume that this is the final stage of development, but Lampert cautions that it is not. Zarathustra has already been called a child by the old saint on the mountainside. He says Zarathustra has become a child, an awakened one. But the child is not yet a man. The man giving the speech is not the Superman. And as the rest of the book will show, Zarathustra has further transformations before him. This speech, like all of the speeches, must be read in the context of the whole book, with an eye to its particular role in the narrative. Lampert titles the section of his commentary dealing with these chapters School for Insurgents, because these initial speeches to his disciples are their first introduction in overcoming the old values. They all involve a contrast between the old prevailing teachings and Zarathustra's new teaching. In the first, on the chairs of virtue, Zarathustra lets the old teachings largely speak for themselves. The chairs refer to professorial chairs. Here Zarathustra hears a teacher of the established teaching imparting his wisdom to students. This wisdom consists of the art of sleeping. Morality is necessary for a peaceful sleep. The 10 Commandments are quadrupled, as the 10 times a day you must overcome yourself. 10 times you must then be reconciled to yourself. 10 truths you should discover. 10 times you must laugh and be cheerful. All in the service of good sleep. This is life lived for the sake of a good death, or a good life after death, although on another level I would say it's also for the sake of a calm and static peace within life that resembles death. It is implicitly nihilistic, because it assumes waking life is without meaning or value of its own. Zarathustra admits that if this assumption were true, he too would find the wisdom of good sleep most desirable. The next speech attacks the tendency to posit transcendent worlds and beings, tracing this back to the human ego and ultimately the human body. The title is a coinage of Nietzsche's. Hinterwäldlern, or Afterworldsmen, resembling Hinterwäldlern, or backwoodsmen, as Hollingdale notes in his translation. Zarathustra talks of a time he himself believed in a god, though it was a suffering and tormented god who created the world to forget his suffering. Then Zarathustra realized this was just a projection of his own experience. Gods and afterworlds are illusions created by humans out of some need, some lack or weakness, just as Zarathustra imagined absurdly his God doing with the world. As Zarathustra declares, it was suffering and impotence that created all afterworlds, in that brief madness of happiness that only the greatest sufferer experiences. In the next speech, on the despisers of the body, Zarathustra goes deeper into this insight. It invites his disciples to have contempt for those who have contempt for the body by exposing what drives their contempt. It speaks against all dualists of soul and body, reversing the priority of soul and erasing the hard distinction between them. Instead, there are two levels to the human being. First, the conscious I or ego, and second, the unconscious self, identical to the body, the great intelligence which does not say I, but performs I. Even those who seem to despise the body actually serve it. Zarathustra says, the self itself wants to die and turn away from life, because it can no longer perform that act which it most desires to perform, to create beyond itself. But now it has grown too late for that, so your self wants to perish, you despisers of the body. And therefore you are now angry with life and with the earth. An unconscious envy lies in the sidelong glance of your contempt. The denigration of world and body is thus traced to the body's own death wish, because it feels its ability to grow and create thwarted. The despisers of the body are consumed with envy for those for whom it has not grown too late to create, for whom body and world are joyous. Zarathustra will later trace this envy deeper to a will to revenge to whom everyone is susceptible. In the next speech on joys and passions, Zarathustra undermines the distinction between passions and virtues. The virtues grew out of passions and remain passions. It is a speech addressed in the singular. My brother, if you have a virtue and it is your own virtue, you have it in common with no one. It encourages the individual to cultivate his own passionate virtues. But this is not just a form of egoism. Zarathustra acknowledges that the passions and virtues dominate one, and further that they fight among themselves, each desiring supremacy. My brother, if you are lucky, you will have one virtue. Zarathustra himself has one virtue, which he will discuss with his disciples as he parts with them in the final chapter of Part 1. The ultimate goal is not to be dominated by one's virtues, but to dominate them. Although even here there is some complexity, which we'll talk about later when we look at the will to power. And in just a few chapters, Zarathustra will begin to discipline and sublimate his disciples' passions toward the one goal that matters, the creation of the Superman. The goal of this speech is to break the authority of the ancestral through the treasuring of one's own, and to encourage one's passions rather than numbing them. The speech on the pale criminal is a case study illustrating the art of tracing back causes to the body. It speaks of a murderer who believes he killed in order to steal. To the most conscious part of his mind, he desired booty. But deeper down, Zarathustra says, he thirsted for the joy of the knife. He wanted to kill for the sake of killing itself. But even deeper than this, his desire to kill was driven by a suffering body. Remembering here that body means more than the physical frame, but includes the whole nervous system and brain, the whole unconscious mind. This man is a heap of diseases and a knot of savage serpents. And to top this all off, the guilt of his deed now weighs on him like lead. As a final manifestation of his sickness, he condemns himself before any judges can. And his judges too, though not wildly mad like the criminal, are still in the same basic way mad. And their moderate, righteous madness repulses Zarathustra more than the murderers. Finally, a fascinating chapter on reading and writing, which deals with the esoteric in these arts. In it, Zarathustra declares aphoristically, he who writes in blood and aphorisms does not want to be read, he wants to be learned by heart. In the mountains, the shortest route is from peak to peak, but for that you must have long legs. Aphorisms should be peaks, and those to whom they are spoken should be big and tall of stature. This is why the book Zarathustra is written as it is. Lampert notes that, unlike Socrates, Zarathustra's irony doesn't feign ignorance. Instead, it takes the way of display without flaunting everything known, the full measure of its thought being concealed in the abysses of its aphorisms. As a style of writing, it scorns the mass, who will not understand it or see only its surface. It speaks only to the kindred spirit, the strong and heroic intellect. Like Plato achieved with his dialogues, Nietzsche's writings are therefore a type of speech, preserving the benefits of speech. They know to whom to speak and whom not to, and are responsive to questioning. In further aphorisms, he introduces some of the book's key characters: wisdom, life, and the spirit of gravity. Untroubled, scornful, outrageous. This is how wisdom wants us to be. She is a woman, and never loves anyone but a warrior. You tell me, life is hard to bear. But if it were otherwise, why should you have your pride in the morning and your resignation in the evening? It is true, we love life not because we are used to living, but because we are used to loving. And when I beheld my devil, I found him serious, thorough, profound, solemn. It was the spirit of gravity. Through him all things are ruined. And we all are also introduced to another important character, although he isn't named. I should believe only in a God who understood how to dance. We will look at this God who can dance in depth in Part 3, Chapter 14. The 8th chapter relates an encounter between Zarathustra and a gifted disciple who suffers from an inner torment and has been avoiding him. One day he happens to find this disciple sitting under a tree on a mountainside and compares him to the tree. The more it wants to rise into the heights and the light, the more determinedly do its roots strive earthwards, downwards, into the darkness, into the depths, into evil. The young man declares that Zarathustra has uncovered his soul by this saying. Having begun to ascend on Zarathustra's path, he is tormented. The more he knows that he could become, the more contempt he feels for himself as he is. But his torment goes deeper than this. Zarathustra draws it out by again comparing him to the tree high up in the mountains. Is it waiting, perhaps, for the first lightning? The young man affirms this with passion. He wishes his own destruction because of the envy he suffers at Zarathustra's success. It is envy of you which has destroyed me. Lampert notes that for Zarathustra there is both a noble envy, which spurs to excellence, and a poisonous envy, which seeks vengeance against the superior or life itself. It seems the promising youth is balanced between the two. But Zarathustra doesn't elucidate this distinction, which would parade his own mastery at a delicate moment and so risk pushing the youth into the poisonous kind. Instead, he contracts the distance between them by talking about their shared experience of being envied by others. He implores him, do not reject your love and hope, and he focuses on what the rejection of heroic hope can lead to, the degeneration of the noble man into the sensual cynic. They lost their highest hope, and henceforth they slandered all high hopes. Henceforth they lived impudently in brief pleasure, and they had hardly an aim beyond the day. Thus, at this critical moment, when the danger is envy for what is above, Zarathustra focuses on what is beneath the young man in order to urge him on. In the next 6 chapters, Zarathustra deepens and intensifies his instructions of the disciples he has won. The demands he puts on them increase, as does the severity of his war with all the teachings of the past. On page 51 of his commentary, Lampert says that these 6 speeches can be construed as descriptions of the lion spirit, the willful spirit that conquers all the 1,000-year-old values that proclaim thou shalt. I think this is mostly true, but with the qualification that Zarathustra seems to introduce a lot of his own thou shalts to the disciples, including rather explicitly in the speech on war and warriors. It seems to me as if they are at this stage lion in relation to the old teachings, that they are yet loading themselves up as camels for the new. In the first speech of this series, Zarathustra preaches death to the various different preachers of death, to all those who deny this life, this world, this body. There are those whose unmastered passions are so violent that they have no choice but giving in to them or self-mortification. There are, on the other hand, those who are constitutionally ill, the consumptives of the soul, whose own weariness and suffering they project onto life itself. There are those, too, who bury themselves in unrestrained work, novelty, or entertainment because they cannot endure themselves, whose life denial is just under the surface. To all of these, Zarathustra urges the utmost self-consistency. Pass away quickly. My brothers in war, Zarathustra addresses his disciples in the next speech. I know the hatred and the envy of your hearts. He can now address the issue of envy more directly and counsels them not to be ashamed of these feelings. They are, after all, useful. Hatred for fighting what needs to be fought, and envy for excelling the excellent. In this chapter, Zarathustra begins to openly command his troops. In words that may sound strange from his lips, he says, to a good warrior, thou shalt sounds more agreeable than I will, and everything that is dear to you, you should first have commanded to you. And in this vein, he commends to them the ideal they should hold above all else. Man is something that should be overcome. A certain military discipline is needed to master oneself, to overcome the old teachings, and to move forward to the Superman. A certain bold martial heroism is needed, like that of the ancient Greek heroes, fueled by a noble envy of the excellent, in order to continually outstrip them, and so to move closer and closer to the Superman. In commanding his disciples, Zarathustra wants ultimately to be surpassed by them. In the next chapter, Zarathustra uses heightened rhetoric against the new idol, the modern state, as though if vying with its own inflated rhetoric. He contrasts the modern state with traditional peoples. The state, he proclaims, is the coldest of all cold monsters. Coldly it lies too, and this lie creeps from its mouth. I, the state, am the people. It is a lie. It was creators who created people and hung a faith and a love over them. Thus they served life. It is destroyers who set snares for many and call it the state. They hang a sword and 100 appetites over them. The modern state functions by the threat of violence and the innumerable petty desires of the multitude, by the common individual's fear and calculations of utility. Peoples, on the other hand, believed in something, devoted themselves to something, were inspired by an ideal by which they held together and flourished. But though he despises the modern state, Zarathustra doesn't urge an impossible return to the traditional way of peoples. In the long term, he aspires to something grander, a global people, inspired by the new philosophy that is true to the earth. In the short term, he counsels solitude, removing oneself from the mass so as to see clearly. In a similar vein, Zarathustra condemns the herd and their idols in the next chapter on the flies of the marketplace. It is addressed in the singular, my friend, that is to say, it is a private speech about the public. the marketplace wherein Zarathustra began his preaching in the Prologue. The flies are communicators of ideas, the journalists and public intellectuals who trade in opinions. They buzz and sting and demand an instant yes or no, for or against. They are shallow and small and thus resent the genuinely deep and great. But Zarathustra points out that they are not the originators of their ideas. It is the truly great creative thinkers who originate the ideas that shape the world. The flies of the marketplace merely appropriate them for their own ends. Next follows a surprising chapter on chastity. Surprising because we might expect the message of a celebrant of life and the body to be simple. Enjoy sensual pleasure as much as possible. But Zarathustra's message is nuanced. He begins by expressing his repulsion for the lustful who know nothing better on earth than to lie with a woman. But on the other hand, he doesn't exhort his followers to chastity. With some, he says, chastity is a virtue, but with many it is almost a vice. These people abstain, it is true, but the bitch sensuality glares enviously out of all they do. These people who repress their sexuality and outwardly abstain actually become worse because now infected with envy, and their sexuality finds expression in 1,000 little twisted ways anyway. Better to enjoy a healthy and honest sensuality. Those to whom chastity is difficult should be dissuaded from it. But there does seem to be a higher ideal embodied by Zarathustra himself. There are those who are chaste from the very heart. They are more gentle of heart, and they laugh more often and more heartily than you. They laugh at chastity too, and ask, "What is chastity? Is chastity not folly? But this folly came to us, and not we to it." As Lampert points out on page 57, Zarathustra is a teacher of sublimation, of the transformation of bodily drives into spirit. In this speech shows how little Zarathustra's celebration of the body implies mere surrender to its drives. There is a strange consonance here with Nietzsche's great enemy, the Apostle Paul, who taught it is better to marry than burn. In his discourse on the friend, Zarathustra recasts friendship in a way that serves the coming of the Superman. Inspired by the ancient Greek ideal, Zarathustra praises the agonistic relationship between friends, the irreverent envy and rivalry with each other. One should honor the enemy in one's friend, and friends shouldn't be too familiar with each other, shouldn't reveal themselves completely, but rather clothe themselves with excellence and conceal their flaws in each other's presence. Zarathustra says, "You cannot adorn yourself too well for your friend, for you should be to him an arrow and a longing for the Superman." There are no completely worthy friends. That friend is only to come, and all others must serve as means to reach him. Lampert remarks that the chapter on the 1,000 Goals in One is the highest point of Zarathustra's teaching in part 1, and a pivot between the destructive task of the lion's spirit and the creative task of the child. The vision of a future to replace what has been destroyed. Zarathustra begins by noting he has seen many lands and peoples, and found no greater power on earth than good and evil. The tables of values of the 1,000 peoples who have lived hitherto have been diverse. But this is not an endorsement of cultural or moral relativism, as there is a structure that underlies them. Zarathustra draws it out. What a people accounts hard, it calls praiseworthy. What it accounts indispensable and hard, it calls good. And that which relieves the greatest need, the rare, the hardest of all, it glorifies as holy. Whatever causes it to rule and conquer and glitter to the dread and envy of its neighbour, that it accounts the sublimest, the paramount, the evaluation and meaning of all things. There is, in fact, a power greater than good and evil that lies behind them and shapes them, the nature that grounds all the various conventions. Behold, says Zarathustra, it is the voice of its will to power. This is the first appearance of this most important Nietzschean concept in this most important Nietzschean book. It is also the only explicit appearance of it in part 1. Zarathustra is cautious in speaking about this most deep and difficult of matters, and when it recurs in book 2, it will be only among an audience of philosophers. Zarathustra gives 4 different examples of the values that have shaped 4 different peoples. The first is based on the advice Achilles received from his father in the Iliad. You should always be first and excel all others. Your jealous soul should love no one except your friend. By this precept, the Greek people became great. The second is from Zarathustra's own people, the Persians. To speak the truth and to know well how to handle bow and arrow. The third is the precept which allowed the Jewish people to become mighty and eternal, to honor your father and mother, and to do their will even from the roots of the soul. The fourth example, to practice loyalty and for the sake of loyalty to risk honor and blood even in evil and dangerous causes. It is unclear to what people this applies. Hollingdale suggests Nietzsche's own people, the Germans. Lampert suggests the Romans, referencing a passage from the Aeneid, which would make all 4 examples ancient. It was peoples who crafted these values. Those who created them found joy in the herd. But with the coming of the individual, itself the latest creation, this is no longer possible. In its place is the modern state that knows no great faith or love, but appeals to the fears and appetites of the individual. Still, Zarathustra rejects the attempt to return to the former way of peoples, to the swallowing of the individual back into the herd. He wants to overcome both what Lampert calls the uncontrolled particularity of the 1,000 peoples hitherto, with the chaos of their 1,000 different goals, and the ignobility of the modern state, based on the individual and tending to the last man. The odd phrasing of the chapter's title points the path forward, not the 1,001 goals, but the 1,000 goals in one. After the 1,000 peoples will come the new people, one global people, incorporating the individual, yet shaped by a love and faith that is true to the earth and combines the 1,000 peoples hitherto based on the insight into the ultimate power behind them. The creation of this people is the momentous task of one to come, of the Superman. In a sense, this will be the creation of mankind itself. Yet tell me, my brothers, says Zarathustra at the end of his speech, if a goal for humanity is still lacking, is there not still lacking humanity itself? This speech reveals the earlier speeches as limited, as strategic enchantment, designed to attract disciples to the only task that matters. Make no mistake, for Zarathustra in part 1, everything derives its value from the goal of the Superman. In the next 6 speeches, Zarathustra reevaluates existing conventions in the light of the Superman teaching. This is readily apparent in the first of these, on love of the neighbour. Against the Christian love of neighbour or nearest, Zarathustra preaches love of the farthest, namely the Superman to come. What was known as love of neighbour is unmasked as bad love for oneself. You flee to your neighbour away from yourselves and would like to make a virtue of it, but I see through your selflessness. Like the belief in afterworlds, like the busyness of those who can't endure themselves, love of neighbour stems from a kind of self-contempt. Crowding together with others, serving others, makes one forget oneself. It also allows one to construct a false self-esteem based on the good opinion of others. Contrary to this is the one who sees himself clearly and is motivated by envy of the friend and a hunger for the Superman to improve himself. The speech on the way of the Creator is addressed to a young man going into solitude. His disciples have advanced. No longer afflicted by envy, it appears that they can use it in good conscience to strive to excel their master. In solitude dwells the promise of the transformation into a child, that they too may become creators. Zarathustra warns the young man of the temptations he will face in this wilderness. The internalized conscience of the herd will follow him and convict him. Loneliness will assail him. And finally, a cry will come from him. Everything is false. Expression of a nihilism that has denied the reality of all ideals while still feeling as if they should be, as though the world should be otherwise. Higher, better, firmer, in Lampert's words. Zarathustra's advice to him is to become a murderer, to kill these feelings that attack the solitary and threaten his transformation. Only then will he be fit for the task of creation. Only then will he be able to bear the responsibility that comes with freedom. Chapter 18, on Old and Young Women, is one of the most controversial, containing an infamous phrase about women and a whip. I think the first thing to say here, and this is me speaking, not Lampert, is that Nietzsche is not a feminist. So trying to twist his words to accord with feminist values is ultimately a losing game. It's also a game he wouldn't appreciate playing, just as he wouldn't want his words twisted to endorse Christian, democratic, or socialist values. On the other hand, and here I'm sure Lampert would agree, he is not a misogynist. He doesn't hate women. Though what he says in this chapter can sound harsh, there's clearly more going on than meets the eye at the surface of the text. The chapter begins with an ostentatiously furtive Zarathustra slinking through the twilight, hiding something under his cloak. When questioned by a disciple, he reveals it as a little truth, given to him by a little old woman. He then relates the conversation he had with this woman. She asked Zarathustra to speak to her of a woman. The speech Zarathustra then gives highlights the complementary nature of man and woman. What woman wants from man is children, whereas what man wants is danger and play, and she is the most dangerous plaything. The desires of both man and woman should be both subordinated to the Superman. In their complementary natures, the man is active and the woman is receptive, though this should be qualified, of course, by the fact that both are ultimately motivated by the will to power. Woman's great power is love, and with this love, to use Zarathustra's words, she should attack him who inspires her with fear. When he concludes his speech, the little old woman commends him. It is strange. Zarathustra knows little of women, and yet he is right about them. Is this because with women nothing is impossible? And in gratitude she offers him the little truth he now carries around with him. Are you visiting women? Do not forget your whip. The relation of man and woman symbolizes the relation of mankind with nature. This is certainly how it functions in the rest of the book, where the woman life represents nature. To a large degree, in this very allegorical book, this too is allegory for principles far broader than actual men and women. At the same time, if the allegory works, it works because men and women are different in these particular ways. For Nietzsche, as for Lampert, woman and man are naturally different and complementary in their natures, not just on the level of convention. And this difference is a beautiful, laudable thing for which the appropriate response is gratitude. But this very fact introduces a complexity when considering the allegory on the level of mankind's relation with nature. Is Nietzsche recommending the total subjection of nature by humanity, as many influential thinkers have done since the outset of the modern era? The very respect paid to natural sexual difference undermines this, however. More seriously, the teaching of the eternal return of all things, which comes at the book's culmination, also undermines it. Affirming the eternal return of all things just as they are implies a love of nature as it is, not the resentful attempt to make it otherwise. And Zarathustra will remember his whip when he goes to the woman life in those culminating chapters, though exactly how he uses it may not be as expected. And most importantly of all, when he goes to the woman life after willing the eternal return, he doesn't subdue her to alter her, but loves and affirms her just as she is. On this note, Lampert quotes a passage from Nietzsche's earlier work, Wagner in Bayreuth. The most vital of questions for philosophy appears to be to what extent the character of the world is unalterable, so as, once this question has been answered, to set about improving that part of it recognized as alterable with the most ruthless courage. But what is one part of it that surely is alterable? Nietzsche answers, the very changeable views of men. That is to say, it is the primary task of the philosopher to alter the views of mankind, and of the Nietzschean philosopher to alter them in such a way as they no longer spitefully rebel against and strive to escape what is unalterable in nature, including the basic fact of sexual difference. All this points to a different meaning than is commonly gleaned from this chapter, and those infamous words about the whip were, we must not forget, spoken by someone other than Zarathustra. On page 69, Lampert contends that what Zarathustra covers is not his teaching on women, but a conclusion someone else draws from his teaching, and that he intimates in this way that his teaching can be put into dangerous and blunt words that are not easily forgotten and that seem to annul, at least for the forgetful, the delicate and subtle words he himself chooses for such subjects. The next chapter, on the adder's bite, takes the form of a parable that re-evaluates the traditional Christian teaching of love of one's enemies. It begins with the events which Zarathustra then interprets. One day he was asleep under a tree when a snake came and bit him. Zarathustra cries out in pain, but then thanks the snake for awakening him at the right time. The snake expresses regret that its poison will soon kill him, but Zarathustra responds, "When did a dragon ever die from the poison of a snake?" He then makes the snake take its poison back. In commenting on this parable, Zarathustra rejects the ideal of requiting the evil of one's enemy with good, for that would make him ashamed. Instead, do as Zarathustra did. Prove that he has done something good for you. Failing that, one should requite evil for evil. Curse back a little when cursed. Quickly do 5 little injustices when a great injustice is done to you. As Zarathustra says, a little revenge is more human than no revenge at all. This is my interpretation. The chapter seems to hesitate between recommending what is human to avoid a build-up of vengeance that may turn poisonous, and the higher ideal of genuinely being rich enough to overlook or even embrace the attacks of one's enemies. What is condemned in both cases is the deep revenge that masquerades as love in order to shame one's enemies. This would be analogous to the teaching on chastity, with different advice for different people, depending on their relationship to lust. Lampert emphasizes that the dragon Zarathustra can afford to suffer the poisonous bites of the little people he offends by his teaching. If he were to offend someone truly dangerous, he would take the appropriate measures. In the chapter on marriage and children, Zarathustra decries marriage for any of the usual reasons: animal passion, loneliness, discontent with oneself. The goal of marriage, like all the other things, is to create beyond oneself, to create something greater than oneself, to draw closer to the Superman. In the self-cultivation a good marriage enforces, along with the literal begetting of a child, in marriage you should create a creator. The final chapter of this series is on voluntary death. Die at the right time, thus Zarathustra teaches. Die consummating death, which shall be a spur and a promise to the living. To die at the wrong time is to linger on, clinging to life while one deteriorates in body and mind. But voluntary death isn't recommended because this is unpleasant. From the speech in the prologue, it seems the last man will also die like this. A lot of poison at last for a pleasant death. Nor is it just because it is ignoble to so linger on. Rather, like all things in this chapter, a voluntary death is recommended for the sake of the Superman. It will be a spectacle chosen by a man when others are ready to succeed him on the path to the Superman, to encourage and inspire them. But what happens next is striking. After giving this speech, he seems to conclude with the following words, implying that the spectacle of death is near. Spectacle of his death. Thus I want to die myself, that you, friends, may love the earth more for my sake, and I want to become earth again, that I may have peace in her who bore me. Truly Zarathustra had a goal, he threw his bowl. And may you, friends, be the heirs of my goal. I throw the golden ball to you. But suddenly, at the very end, he relents. But best of all, I like to see you too throwing on the golden ball, my friends, so I shall stay on earth a little longer. Forgive me for it. He conspicuously betrays the lofty advice he had just delivered to his disciples. Lampert suggests at least two reasons for this. One is that by so obviously demonstrating his own failing, he diminishes himself that they may make themselves greater than he. His serious disciples can now think themselves more serious than their teacher and push to surpass him. The other reason, however, is that, however obscurely, Zarathustra knows he hasn't in fact exhausted his capacity. In Lampert's words on page 73, he preserves a possibility that he has until now denied himself. This is the possibility that he will come to embrace by the end of part 2, and that will come to fruition in part 3. In the final chapter of part 1, which takes place at a crossroads outside the city, Zarathustra receives a gift from his disciples and gives them 3 speeches broken by long silences before parting with them. Their gift for him is a staff with a golden handle, showing a serpent coiled around a sun. This evokes the rod of Asclepius, symbol of healing, or the caduceus, staff of the herald god Hermes. To his disciples, Zarathustra is both healer of the disease of life denial and herald of the Superman. Taking his cue from this gift, Zarathustra begins his first farewell speech. Tell me, how did gold come to have the highest value? Because it is uncommon and useless, and shining and mellow in lustre, it always bestows itself. Only as an image of the highest virtue did gold come to have the highest value. This is Zarathustra's highest virtue, ultimately his sole virtue, which he now names the gift-giving or bestowing virtue. The latter term is Hollingdale's translation. This greatest self-giving involves the greatest selfishness, but there must be distinguished two forms of selfishness: a sick selfishness that stems from lack, and a healthy and holy selfishness rooted in abundance that takes in order to give. After a long silence, Zarathustra gives his second farewell speech to his disciples. Stay loyal to the earth, he exhorts them. Human history is littered with failed experiments of the spirit to escape from physical existence. But this is to be expected. There is no necessary course for history to follow. Although this experimental past has now become necessity, alas, says Zarathustra, much ignorance and error has become body in us. Nevertheless, we face an open experimental future. Zarathustra calls his disciples to a new experiment, true to the earth, the Superman who will be the meaning of the earth. This puts his gift-giving virtue into context. The magnanimous soul who gives of himself in self-celebration doesn't merely give to the present, but for the Zarathustra of Part 1, primarily to the future. Ultimately, he gives his very self. As Zarathustra said in his second speech to the crowd in the Prologue, thus he wills his own downfall. After another long silence, Zarathustra gives his third and final speech, very different from the rest. I now go away alone, my disciples. You too now go away and be alone, so I will have it. Truly I advise you, go away and guard yourselves against Zarathustra, and better still be ashamed of him. Perhaps he has deceived you. His words recall the words of Jesus to his disciples, but are opposite in intent. Now I bid you lose me and find yourselves, and only you, and only when you have all denied me, will I return to you. Truly, with other eyes, my brothers, I shall then seek my lost ones. With another love, I shall then love you. The disciples cannot continue to be devoted believers in Zarathustra and progress toward the Superman. They must gain true independence. They must surpass him, and thus they must deny him. And so Zarathustra goes away, to allow them to do so. It is not that he wants them to formulate a completely new philosophy all their own. The ideal of the Superman is absolute, and they must subordinate themselves totally to this goal. But because the ideal has not yet been actualized, a discipleship that is pure reverence and imitation of an existing exemplar is radically inappropriate. Whilst never betraying Zarathustra's ideal, they must surpass Zarathustra. When he returns, he will love them with another love, ideally a deeper love, as peers rather than disciples, although, as it turns out, a somewhat different reality will elicit a somewhat different response. Finally, he promises to come to them a third time to celebrate the great noontide, or great noon, the time when man will stand in the middle of his course between animal and Superman. These are his parting words for Part 1, the part dedicated to the Superman. All gods are dead. Now we want the Superman to live. Let this be our last will one day at the great noontide. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Part 2 brings a momentous shift in Zarathustra's thinking and teaching. In this part is the discovery of the will to power as the fundamental force of reality, and the discovery of revenge as the fundamental problem of human life, to which even he is still subject. Part 2 is primarily about wisdom, and the will to power is found to be the deepest wisdom, just as wisdom is the highest manifestation of will to power. It also signals the abandonment of the doctrine of the Superman. The central idea of part 1, it is rarely mentioned in the following parts. Zarathustra sees the futility of subordinating all to a future reality that will justify the past. But how, then, to justify the past? How to escape the revenge against time that the wisest and most spirited thinkers have all fallen victim to? He will carry his insight into this riddle into part 3, where it will blossom into the ideal of eternal return. As Zarathustra's thinking changes, so does his teaching. He becomes more reticent with his disciples. The teaching of will to power is not discussed with them, but only with the wisest. When he mentions it in their presence, it is in a speech where he forgets himself, which he then regrets as too revealing. The central chapters in which the teaching comes to birth are shrouded in allegory and song. At the end of part 2, he leaves his disciples for good, telling them a false story that damages their image of him, but hides his true, godlike aims. In the first chapter, Zarathustra is in the solitude of his cave in the mountains, where he has waited for years, longing to return to his disciples. One morning he has a dream, in which a child, carrying a mirror, asks him to behold himself in it. But when I looked into the mirror, Zarathustra says, I cried out, and my heart was shaken, for I did not see myself, I saw the sneer and grimace of a devil. Truly, I understand the dream's omen and warning all too well. My doctrine is in danger. Weeds want to be called wheat. The child symbolizes a disciple who has completed his 3 transformations. In all innocence, he reflects back to Zarathustra what he believes to be his own teaching, not realizing how distorted he has made it. As will soon become apparent, this distortion is a result of compromises his disciples have made with prevailing teachings, fundamentally with Christian and post-Christian views, with which Zarathustra's true teaching is not compatible. These all reflect Zarathustra's devil, the spirit of gravity. Joyfully, Zarathustra realizes the time to return has arrived. His joy stems not from the prospect of reuniting with his friends, or not only with this, but also at fighting his enemies, and the enemies within his friends. During his time away from them, his wisdom has grown. He now calls her his wild wisdom. She is like a lioness who has borne cubs in the rough mountains and now seeks for soft grasslands on which to lay them, the hearts of Zarathustra's friends and disciples. The speeches he gives to his disciples upon his return to them are more harsh and demanding, refusing compromise with rival views. They target both directly Christian teachings like God and redemption, and indirectly or post-Christian teachings like equality and the primacy of the people. For Zarathustra, there can be no compromise with these teachings, for they are rooted in revenge and hatred of the world, while his teaching celebrates and affirms the world. In each of the following 6 chapters, he takes aim at a particular doctrine his disciples have compromised with, and in each he rakes the webs of the teachings to draw out the spider that wove them, to unveil the hidden motives that underlie them. The series begins with On the Blissful Islands, titled On the Gods in a draft of the chapter. His disciples have moved to the blissful or blessed isles, a place of hope where, according to Hesiod, ancient heroes live in perpetual plenty. After he rejoins them there, he delivers his speech against gods in favor of the Superman. God is not conceivable while the Superman is. More importantly, the Superman can be created while a god cannot. God is a supposition, he says, but I want your supposing to reach no further than your creating will. Could you create a god? So be silent about all gods, but you could surely create the Superman. Speculating about an eternal, perfect, unchanging, and uncaused being is giddiness and vertigo to the human frame, because it abstracts from all that is most certain about real embodied being. Zarathustra flips a line from Goethe's Faust on its head. all that is intransitory, that is but an image, and the poets lie too much. That last remark will be important later, when a poetry-loving disciple questions it. While the original line holds that all that is transitory is like an image of a truer eternal reality, Zarathustra holds that all these transcendent ideas are like images of actual transitory reality, abstractions from it, crafted to serve specific human purposes. The next chapter, on the pitying, is against compassion, an ambivalent feeling at best among the ancient Greeks and Romans, but a virtue that grew to be absolute through Christian teaching, and which has retained or even intensified this position after the death of God. Pity is shameful to the one pitied, for it calls attention to his lack, his misfortune, his defects, because it busily rushes in and assumes for itself his intensely private, inarticulate pain. I am drawing somewhat on part 4 for this interpretation, where Zarathustra meets such a sufferer, the ugliest man. I would say Zarathustra practices a higher compassion. He says that the noble man resolves not to make others ashamed. He resolves to feel shame before all sufferers. But aside from the issue of shame, compassion is bad because it impedes human development, and ultimately threatens the coming of the Superman. To create the Superman, we must surmount our inappropriate love for man as he is. This is indeed a harsh teaching, and yet it has a nuance. One of my favorite pieces of advice from the book is the following. But if you have a suffering friend, be a resting place for his suffering, but a resting place like a hard bed, a camp bed. Thus you will serve him best. Appropriately, this chapter uses the language of Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, while opposing its content. In the next chapter, Zarathustra encounters some priests, though rather than speaking to them, he keeps his distance and instead speaks to his disciples about them. Is he afraid of confronting them? Lampert litters his commentary of these chapters with questions like this. It appears that in all these little ways, Zarathustra is forcing his disciples to question him. Zarathustra confesses a close relation to the priests, a blood relation. As Lampert puts it on page 93, they are kin in the ascetic cruelty they practice on themselves, but they are unrelated in taste. Zarathustra also practices self-overcoming, and so he has sympathy, even an admiration for them. There are heroes even among them, he admits. It should be noted here as well that Nietzsche was himself the son of a Lutheran pastor. This is a speech against redemption, though I put the word in quotes because there's a very different kind of redemption that Zarathustra will discover later. But where the taste of Zarathustra and the priests differ is in the latter's advocacy of penitential asceticism, of shameful and shame-fueled self-punishment. In the next chapter, on virtue, Zarathustra treats the various different motives underlying the so-called practice of virtue, motives that are far from noble. He laughs at the way the old moral notions of reward and punishment have crept back into his teaching as interpreted by his disciples. My beauty laughed at you, you virtuous, today, and thus came its voice to me. They want to be paid as well. You want to be paid as well, you virtuous? You want reward for virtue and heaven for earth and eternity for your today? Zarathustra denies all reward for virtue, even that virtue is its own reward. The only truly worthy form of virtue, which Zarathustra does recommend, is that purified from words like reward, punishment, and revenge. Against calls to selflessness, he advises them that yourself be in the action as the mother is in the child. Let that be your maxim of virtue. In the 6th chapter, on the Rabble, Zarathustra talks about his greatest disgust. It is against the modern practice of equality realized in the primacy of the people, the common mass. In the following chapter, he will attack the theory underlying this practice. Zarathustra expresses an unparalleled loathing for the busy, noisy, pleasure-seeking, self-important rabble he finds himself surrounded by. It is not the presence of evil and suffering in life that poses the greatest problem for him, but the presence of the small, petty, and resentful. And to know that life itself has need of enmity and dying and martyrdoms, that was not the mouthful that choked me most. But I once asked, and my question almost stifled me, what? Does life have need of the rabble too? But Zarathustra claims to have been freed from his disgust by flying to the extremist height, to the future that the Superman will inaugurate when the rabble will be no more. Until this point, Zarathustra's words boil with frustrated vengeance against them. Has he really been freed from his disgust? Has he really overcome his own resentment, which he claims to hate? As Lampert points out on page 94, here in particular his friends could ask, as his enemies have, whether he is moved by a poisonous passion, for his confession shows that he shares that most destructive modern passion, the dream of a perfect future to be built through the annihilation of what the dreamer loathes. But when he discovers what genuine redemption requires, it is precisely his abhorrence that he will have to swallow. This is why the book should be read as a whole. The mouthful that choked me most reappears in part 3 in The Vision and the Riddle as the snake stuck in the shepherd's throat, and again, more explicitly, in the culminating scene where Zarathustra enacts the vision and bites the head off the snake, willing the eternal return of the small man, the rabble. But this is all to come. For the time being, Zarathustra has realized neither the depth of his resentment nor its true cure. The final speech of this series, on the Tarantulas, is a forceful attack on the preachers of equality, of justice as equality, that most powerful of post-Christian doctrines that seems now to hold the world under its sway. The title actually refers to the wolf spider of southern Europe, not the larger spiders we know as tarantulas today. Zarathustra rakes at the webs of their teachings in order to draw them out, that they may reveal their true motives. He finds these are repressed envy and self-conceit. They are fueled by envy and revenge against those who are better and more powerful than them, and their teaching is their own devious way of securing power. Zarathustra then warns his disciples, "There are those who preach my doctrine of life, yet are at the same time preachers of equality and tarantulas. That they speak well of life, these poison spiders, although they sit in caves and with their backs turned on life, is because they want to do harm by speaking well of life." Preachers of equality have used Zarathustra's teaching that affirms this world, this life, to attack those who have power, the religious, who overtly deny this world and life. It is not love of life that motivates these preachers, but revenge against those who have power. Zarathustra marks himself off from them in no uncertain terms. "For justice speaks thus to me, men are not equal, and they should not become so either. For what were my love of the Superman if I spoke otherwise?" Imposing the false ideal of equality onto the natural gradations among men would strangle progress toward the Superman. But more fundamentally, I think, Zarathustra is saying that this world, this life, that his philosophy celebrates, itself makes that principle clear. Men are not equal. How could they be without appeal to some metaphysical, non-natural reality, to the God from which this doctrine grew? But that God is dead. Though Zarathustra will transcend his doctrine that all must serve a coming Superman and be healed of his poisonous revenge against the small, the principle of justice as inequality will remain. So transformed, it will become a love for all beings as they are, without denying their differences. At the end of his speech, the tarantula bites Zarathustra's finger, infecting him with its poison of vengeance. He asks his disciples to tie him to a pillar, as Odysseus' sailors tie him to the mast to protect him from the siren songs. Though made giddy with revenge, he says he will not whirl round in the style of the Tarantula dance, believed to mimic the symptoms of the tarantula's bite. But now, instructed in the art of unveiling motives, the disciples would be wise to ask themselves to what degree Zarathustra is susceptible to revenge. To what degree are his teachings informed by it? Is Zarathustra too a teacher of revenge? Likewise, there are questions for the reader. Is this all just a test of Zarathustra's, for his disciples to surpass him, or is there more going on? How aware is he of his own motives? Chapters 8 to 12 represent a remarkable transformation in Zarathustra's wisdom and in Zarathustra himself. The disciples are absent for most of them and present only incidentally for one of them. This series of chapters opens and closes with a discourse to the wise, first to the famous wise, and then simply to the wisest. The 3 chapters in between consist of 3 songs. Though in many ways obscure, they are essential to understanding Zarathustra and his evolving teaching. The title of chapter 8 is translated The Famous Philosophers by Hollingdale, where Lampert has the famous wise men. It seems Lampert's translation is more literally correct. In any case, the emphasis is on famous. These are the most renowned of the wise, not necessarily the wisest. Zarathustra says to them, "You have served the people and the people's superstitions, all you famous philosophers. You have not served truth, and it is precisely for that reason that they paid you reverence." Though he doesn't state it quite as explicitly at this point, the famous philosophers have furthered their own will to power by serving the people. Though they may believe they are seeking and serving truth, this supposition is undermined by the fact that their views almost always coincide with those of the common man. Even when they diverge, they do so only in a secondary, never an ultimately important way. The people endures their disbelief in their more crude superstitions because ultimately the famous philosophers affirm the principle underlying them. In writing this, Nietzsche may be thinking of Hegel and Kant, among others, whose elaborate philosophies end up confirming the prevailing views. Despite all of Kant's skepticism, for instance, he upholds the postulates of God, freedom, and the will, and immortality of God, freedom of the will, and immortality of the soul. And his distinction between noumena and phenomena preserves, as he says, room for faith. I owe this point to Kaufmann's footnote in aphorism 193 in The Gay Science, in which Nietzsche writes that the secret joke of Kant's soul was to prove, in a way that would dumbfound the common man, that the common man was right. Consciously or not, the famous philosophers are beholden to the people. They are this tyrant's servants, the asses that pull the people's cart. But genuine free spirits are different. The people do not laud or tolerate them, but simply hate them because their beliefs really do run counter to their own. These are the lion spirits, the deliberately hungered, violent, solitary, godless. Implicit here is the distinction between love of honor and love of victory in itself. The famous wise men are content with the former, while the genuinely free spirits go further, go as far as is needed to obtain victory, regardless of whether anyone else acknowledges this victory or not. Nietzsche himself was one of those free spirits, ignored almost completely during his lucid life. He knew what real spirit is, the life that cuts into life. The quest for truth and the results of this quest wound. This is the asceticism that unites him with the priests, although he shares none of their moral guilt. In his autobiographical Ecce Homo, Nietzsche called the song of this chapter the loneliest song that has ever been written. It is Zarathustra's lament at being too rich, too abundant, too giving. In the Night Song, the solitary spirit accomplished in wisdom, the consummate practitioner of the gift-giving virtue, laments his inability to ever receive. Light am I, that I were night, but this is my solitude, that I am girded round with light. That I were dark and obscure, how I would suck at the breasts of light. And I should bless you, little sparkling stars and glowworms above me, and be happy in your gifts of light. Like the sun he compared himself to at the beginning of part 1, his own superabundant light precludes his receiving light, but his song goes further, turning envious. It is my envy that I see expectant eyes and illumined nights of desire. And then, turning vengeful, a hunger grows from out of my beauty. I should like to rob those to whom I give. Thus do I hunger after wickedness. Withdrawing my hand when another hand already reaches out to it, hesitating like the waterfall that hesitates even in its plunge, thus do I hunger after wickedness. In this song to himself, Zarathustra thus again reveals a flaw, a hidden vengeance within himself. But this chapter also signals the beginning of the eclipse of his bright day wisdom in favor of a darker night wisdom, a wisdom he will soon receive from life in the form of the dark teaching of will to power. To me, this is one of the most fascinating chapters of the book. The dance song stands in the center of these most crucial chapters of part 2, in which the wisdom of the wisest is unriddled, and the will to power comes to light, surrounded on each side by a song and a discourse to the wise. It begins with Zarathustra walking through a forest with his disciples. They come across a green meadow in which a group of girls are dancing. When they recognize him, they stop their dance, but Zarathustra assures them that he is no spoil-sport with an evil eye. Although he is a forest and a night of dark trees, those who look into his darkness will find rose bowers, and they will also find the little god whom girls love best, the god of love, Cupid, asleep beside a fountain. Zarathustra will awaken the god to dance with the girls and will sing a song for their dance. He calls his song a mocking song on the spirit of gravity, my supreme, most powerful devil, who they say is the Lord of the earth. And yet the spirit of gravity is never mentioned in the song. Instead, the song deals with the two women Zarathustra loves, wisdom and life. The song begins, "Lately I looked into your eye, O life, and I seemed to sink into the unfathomable. But you pulled me out with a golden rod. You laughed mockingly when I called you unfathomable. All fish talk like that, you said. What they cannot fathom is unfathomable. But I am merely changeable and untamed, and in everything a woman, and no virtuous one. Although you men call me profound, or faithful, eternal, mysterious, but you men always endow us with your own virtues. You virtuous men." Thus she laughed, the incredible woman, but I never believe her and her laughter when she speaks evil of herself. Though life is no virtuous woman, Zarathustra's other love, wisdom, is chaste, never giving herself fully to any man. One thirsts for her and is not satisfied. One looks at her through veils. One snatches at her through nets. Zarathustra says of her, when wisdom reprimands him for his love of life, he holds his tongue. You will, you desire, you love, she says. That is the only reason you praise life. This then is the state of affairs between us three, Zarathustra confesses privately. From the heart of me, I love only life, and in truth I love her most of all when I hate her. But that I am fond of wisdom, and often too fond, is because she very much reminds me of life. He then goes as far as to tell this to his true love, Life, when she asks him who wisdom is. Predictably, the description of the two women is similar, and Life responds, "But whom are you speaking of? Of me, surely." But there is at least one key difference. While Zarathustra never believes Life when she speaks evil of herself, when wisdom speaks ill of herself, then precisely is she most seductive. This hint assists in interpreting the song. Wisdom is, of course, in purporting to be about life, similar to life. But life itself is felt in one's will, one's desire, one's love, all in fact that gives the impetus to the quest for abstract wisdom in the first place. And the nature of this wisdom is curious. Lampert suggests that when wisdom speaks ill of herself, she speaks ignorance or skepticism, that wisdom always retreats from capture, that she always remains obscure, makes her all the more alluring to the men who pursue her. But life is different, though Zarathustra is at first disinclined to believe her. She is no virtuous woman, nor is she unfathomable. She can be enjoyed, fathomed, possessed, although her ultimate faithlessness is assured, for life ends in death. Zarathustra's refusal to believe in her ability to be fathomed and her lack of virtue stem from his confusion of her with wisdom. As Life herself notes, men are always foisting virtuous names upon her, versions of what they want her to be, moral and intellectual ideas. If no one has truly fathomed or possessed her hitherto, it is because no one has been willing to love her just as she is. Who, then, is the spirit of gravity in this song? It must be the one who is mocked, that is, wisdom, the chaste and serious, whose lifeless abstractions judge life while purporting to reflect it. This song is crucial because in it Zarathustra realizes the tension between his wisdom and life itself, that he in fact loves life more than wisdom, and that unlike wisdom, life may be fathomed. The notion that life is fathomable will come to fruition 2 chapters hence, when life herself will teach Zarathustra her nature. For the next song, the funeral song, we must voyage to the grave island, the Isle of the Dead. This is one of Arnold Böcklin's magnificent, haunting paintings of the subject. It's possible that this even influenced the song, though apparently Nietzsche had himself a similar view from where he was staying in Venice in 1880. Here are the opening words of the song. Yonder is the grave island, the silent island. Yonder too are the graves of my youth. I will bear thither an evergreen wreath of life. The funeral song is sung, like the night song, without an audience. It is a solitary song consisting of a lament, a curse, and a resolve. It begins with a lament for the lost visions of his youth, but these were not lost through disloyalty, either his own or theirs. Rather, they were murdered in an attempt to murder him. He then curses his enemies who murdered these sacred, inspiring hopes and visions. That all creatures shall be divine to me, that all days shall be holy. 4. Happy bird auspices. 2. Renounce all disgust. To dance as I had never yet danced. Although I would say the ultimate enemies here are the teachings or teachers of death, of all the various forms of life denial, nevertheless it seems that in this chapter Nietzsche intermixes the personal with the philosophical. The owl monster, who appears instead of his happy bird auspices, for example, may be Lou Salome, a woman he loved and put great philosophical hopes in, with whom he formed a kind of unconsummated ménage à trois, and who eventually betrayed him for the other man. and the favourite singer who was lured away, thwarting his desire to dance as I had never yet danced, likely refers to Wagner, with whom he was close friends, but with whom he eventually fell out due to both personal and philosophical reasons. From the curses, Zarathustra then moves to a resolve. He hails his own will, something invulnerable, unburyable, something that rends rocks. Silently it steps and unchanging through the years. As Achilles was vulnerable only in his heel, Zarathustra is vulnerable everywhere except his will. You live there and are always the same, most patient one. You will always break out of all graves. Thus, despite his losses, Zarathustra finds hope for the future. There is much that can yet be done. In you too still live on all the unachieved things of my youth, and you sit as life and youth, hopefully, here upon yellow grave ruins. Yes, you are my destroyer of all graves. Hail my will, and only where there are graves are there resurrections. The whole song betrays a fundamental concern for the past and how it may be redeemed. Although this is Zarathustra's personal past, the problem will later become broader, extending to everything that has been. The chapter on self-overcoming is a speech addressed exclusively to the wisest of men, the true philosophers, unconcerned with pleasing the people, whose ideals and values shape history rather than being shaped by it. In this decisive chapter, Zarathustra finds himself among his peers. He begins by straightaway unmasking their will to truth. What urges you on and arouses your ardour, you wisest of men? Do you call it will to truth? Will to the conceivability of all beings, that is what I call your will. You first want to make all beings conceivable, for with a healthy mistrust, you doubt whether they are in fact conceivable. The entire will of the wisest of men is a will to power, to subdue the world, to force it into thinkability, to create a world. You want to create a world before which you can kneel. That is your ultimate hope and intoxication. The supreme will to power manifests in another way. These are the men who create the arcs of values that guide the rivers of entire civilizations. The little waves that break angrily against the keel of these arcs are of no account to them. Zarathustra now reasons with them, attempting to persuade them of his insight into the fundamental way of beings. He says first that wherever he found living creatures, he found obeying. All living creatures are obeying creatures. The second thing he found is that he who cannot obey himself will be commanded. That is the nature of living creatures. And the third thing he found, commanding is more difficult than obeying. And not only because the commander bears the burden of those he commands, but also because in all commanding there appeared to me to be an experiment and a risk, and the living creature always risks himself when he commands. Even when he commands himself, he must become judge and avenger and victim of his own law, a burden many would dread to bear. Will to power is everywhere, even in instances of apparent obedience and submission. Even in the will of the servant I found the will to be master. The will of the weaker persuades it to serve the stronger. Its will wants to be master over those weaker still. This delight alone it is unwilling to forego. And where sacrifice and service and loving glances are, there too is will to be master. There the weaker steals by secret paths into the castle, and even into the heart of the more powerful, and steals the power. Life herself has given him the secret insight. Behold, it said, I am that which must overcome itself again and again. This is the self-overcoming of the title, not the more limited form practiced by the ascendant hero. This self-overcoming of life itself, which is the nature and delight of life itself, is to us the death and replacement of all individuals who come into being. Whatever I create and however much I love it, soon I have to oppose it in my love. Thus will my will have it. Even the will to truth of the wisest is just an expression, albeit a supremely spiritual expression, of this basic will to power through self-overcoming. Truly, says life, my will to power walks with the feet of your will to truth. The notion of the fundamental will to existence, formulated by Schopenhauer, misses the mark, says life, for just as lesser surrenders to greater, the reality is that the greatest of beings surrenders and for the sake of power stakes life. The devotion of the greatest is to encounter risk and danger and play dice for death. The greatest and most powerful men do not simply cling to life, they risk it, following the insatiable urge of life inside them, to always overcome itself. In this way, even the masters submit to something greater, even the strongest yield to the ground of all living beings, that is the will to power. Humans, and even the highest humans, are continuous with all life. But if the will to truth is will to power, if wisdom is imposition of one's will on beings, how is it that Zarathustra could receive the secret truth about life? Why is this not merely another imposition of a man's will rather than life's own truth or secret? The answer, Lampert suggests, is mirrors. When Zarathustra is preparing to argue for will to power as the way of all living beings, he says, I have followed the living creature, I have followed the greatest and the smallest paths that I might understand its way. I caught its glance in 100-fold mirror when its mouth was closed, that its eye might speak to me, and its eye did speak to me. On page 118 of his commentary, Lampert remarks, the elusive secret of being lies in the elusive heart of the highest or most spiritual beings. The nature of nature comes to light in the highest natures. Their commanding is in obeying. In obedience to nature, they enact nature's most spiritual deeds. And a little further on, he says of Zarathustra, the truth about life as such is revealed in the truth about his own life, a life of the most unrestrained self-overcoming. This is the way into the nature or way of all beings, through insight into one's own being. However, for this to be effective, and here I'm adding to or attempting to elucidate what Lampert has said, for this to be effective, one's being must be strong and clear and developed. The being of those who are afflicted by weakness or poisoned by resentment are not so transparent. This method parallels the method Nietzsche suggests in Beyond Good and Evil, aphorism 36, wherein insight into one's own being is the opening into an explanation of all beings. Granted that nothing is given as real except our world of desires and passions, that we can rise or sink to no other reality than the reality of our drives, for thinking is only the relationship of these drives to one another, is it not permitted to make the experiment and ask the question whether this which is given does not suffice for an understanding even of the so-called mechanical or material world? Of course, in Zarathustra he speaks primarily of living beings. That will to power might drive these is less controversial, but Nietzsche would extend it to all beings, simply. In any case, this time Zarathustra has looked into the eye of life and has not sunk into the unfathomable. This time, through the use of mirrors, her eye has spoken to him. Life has allowed herself to be fathomed. However, Lampert is careful to point out that this does not mean that beings have been made purely thinkable, as if the whole quest of Platonic metaphysics finally and paradoxically achieved its goal in Nietzsche. The word that Hollingdale and Kaufmann translate as nature in the passage I have followed the living creature that I might understand its nature, this German word is Art, and is better translated as way or manner. Zarathustra does not claim to have discovered their nature in the sense of rendering them purely thinkable. All beings remain elusive. Life and reality remain elusive in their essence, if essence is even a word that can be applied to them. Nevertheless, something of them definitely can be fathomed. As Lampert puts it, quoting an earlier passage in which the then more skeptical Zarathustra claims the belly of being never speaks to man, the philosopher's search for the nature or nameable structure of things is doomed, and is replaced not by a complete skepticism about the belly of being, but by an insight into the way or manner of things, into that changeability or becoming that, though elusive, cannot completely resist capture. This understanding of will to power renders it a kind of night wisdom, in contrast with a day wisdom that sees the world as fully knowable and calculable. Later, Zarathustra will develop a certain kind of day wisdom, but one that is founded on and refers back to his night wisdom. As Zarathustra prepares to build his new house of wisdom for humanity, the chapter on self-overcoming ends with the declaration, "Let everything that can break upon our truths break. There is many a house still to build." In the following chapters, he then turns to the houses of wisdom that stand in the modern world. Although they represent real progress, they are, each of them, ultimately barren. He tackles in turn the sublime modern knowledge seeker, modern education that knows no identity of its own, the modern ideal of complete objectivity, the base nature of modern scholarship, the complexities and deceptions of the poet, the modern revolutionary, and the coming nihilism. In this first of these chapters, Zarathustra discusses the heroic modern seeker of knowledge, adherent of intellectual honesty at all costs, such a man as sublime, solemn, a penitent of the spirit. He epitomizes Kant's sense of the sublime. A feeling of awe at the immeasurable vastness and terribleness of nature, combined with a dignified feeling of power, knowing oneself to be, as a thinking being, the locus of limit and measure. These men return from their hunt, hung with ugly truths. Their knowledge makes them solemn, and they are penitents of the spirit in refusing all comfort, in being strangers to laughter or beauty, which perhaps they feel cannot coexist with their serious enterprise, and mortifying themselves perhaps for their forebears' wanton intellectual sins. It seems to me these are camel spirits in the post-religious sense, but Zarathustra implies they are mistaken. Without naming it explicitly, he hints at the tragic vision of the Greeks, who recognized the vast terribleness of life while beautifully celebrating it at the same time. This hints at a worldview that transcends mere science by art, not because it halts or contradicts science, but because it makes it joyful through beauty. Beauty is defined here in this chapter. When power grows gracious and descends into the visible, I call such descending beauty. But Zarathustra also says, beauty is unattainable to all violent wills. The hero must transcend himself as hero, must find and become the superhero. The speech ends with this cryptic passage. This indeed is the secret of the soul. Only when the hero has deserted the soul does there approach it in dreams the superhero. This refers to the Greek myth in which the god Dionysus, god of the art of tragedy, finds Ariadne after she has been abandoned by her lover, the hero Theseus. The next chapter is translated Land of Culture by Hollingdale and Land of Education by Lampert. It seems the German Bildung can have both these senses. Modern people pride themselves on their liberal, pluralistic culture and education. They know about things throughout all of history and from across all the world. They even celebrate the disjointed pieces of these different times and cultures. But what they lack is a culture and identity of their own. They have no fullness or flesh of their own. But Zarathustra ends this chapter not by longing for a past steeped in tradition, but looking forward to the new people, the 1,001st people of the future. So now I love only my children's land, the undiscovered land in the furthest sea. I bid my sails seek it and seek it. The next chapter, I must admit, is hilarious in its attack on the advocates of complete objectivity. The title, of course, is a pun on the Immaculate Conception. The objective spirits of modern philosophy and science who promote a passionless observation of the universe, pure contemplation, are unmasked as lewd voyeurs. Throughout Zarathustra's speech, they are compared to the moon, but not the fecund female moon of traditional symbolism, but a sterile, jealously staring male moon, the barren moon discovered by modern objective science. In uncovering the lustful motivations of the advocates of disinterested observation, he reveals their particular form of will to power. This can then point them, I would say, to the real objectivity they can find in their own being, the will to power, the way of all beings. The next chapter reveals that Zarathustra, like Nietzsche, was once a scholar. Nietzsche was a philologist before he was a philosopher. In the form of a sheep, a scholar nibbles the wreath on Zarathustra's head, concluding he is no longer a scholar and thus has no authority for him. Zarathustra is fine with this. Thus my fate will have it, blessed be my fate. Those who are commonly considered scholars are common, a kind of rabble. Their tasks are mechanical. Anyone of a certain skill level can do them. One scholar is essentially replaceable with another, and the results of their labours reflect this. The conclusions they draw make everything base, common, comprehensible to everyone. They therefore ignore or explain away the high, rare, and exceptional. Among both men and phenomena, they erect false ceilings full of rubbish to screen themselves off from this. In doing all this, they serve their political masters, the tyrant, the people. But again, Zarathustra emphatically states his principle of justice. For men are not equal, thus speaks justice, and what I desire, they may not desire. On poets is a complex and fascinating chapter. These next 3 chapters are of particular importance because in his own particular way, Zarathustra is himself a poet, a revolutionary and a nihilist, and so there is great risk that he be simply confused with these. And in each of these chapters his disciples fail him in some way, leading him to shake his head. The chapter on poets has 3 parts: an opening dialogue with a disciple focused on belief, a speech by Zarathustra to his disciple that appears to condemn poets and angers the disciple, and a final speech against poets, apparently to himself. Picking up on a hint from Zarathustra, a disciple questions him about something he said previously, back in chapter 2. Why did you say that the poets lie too much? Why, said Zarathustra? You ask me why? Am I not one of those who may be I am not one of those who may be questioned about their why. Do my experiences date from yesterday? It is a long time since I experienced the reasons for my opinions. The disciple is a lover of poetry, as will become clear from his angry reaction to Zarathustra's speech. But he is also a believer in Zarathustra, and so submits his uneasy question to him so that Zarathustra may explain it for him and make all things right. But Zarathustra resists doing this, absurdly claiming ignorance and forgetfulness. A little later, he uses an image from Plato's dialogue on knowledge, the Theaetetus. Now and then he finds a strange creature in the dovecote of his ideas that doesn't seem to belong there. How can he tell his genuine knowledge from what is false? The implicit answer is that the disciple himself must exercise his own judgment. He then declares, "But Zarathustra too is a poet. Do you now believe that he spoke the truth? Why do you believe it?" In this variation of the liar paradox, the problem is once again thrust back to the disciple. If Zarathustra is a poet, is he also a liar? Is he then a poet? Are then poets liars? But the disciple's response is disappointing. "I believe in Zarathustra." But Zarathustra shook his head and smiled. He then proceeds to deliver a speech against poets, alleging that if they experience tender emotions, the poets always think that nature herself is in love with them, and that she creeps up to their ears to speak secrets and amorous, flattering words into them. Of this they boast and pride themselves before all mortals. But Zarathustra has himself received the secret of the way of all beings from life herself. He continues, claiming that poets create illusory worlds in the clouds. "We set our motley puppets on the clouds and then call them gods and supermen. And are they not light enough for these insubstantial seats, all these gods and supermen?" This is the only occurrence of supermen in the plural in the book, but Zarathustra is himself the teacher of the superman. All these seem designed as challenges to the disciple. It is for him to distinguish the insubstantial idea of a superman from the substantial superman Zarathustra teaches. It is for him to consider if and how nature can speak to us, and how we might gain access to this speech in a way that was not just our own imposition on it. It is for him to differentiate the poetry of Zarathustra from the poetry he condemns. But the disciple's reaction is offense and silent anger. Zarathustra becomes silent and contemplative. As though speaking to himself, he delivers a second speech in which he accuses poets of always performing for an audience. Meanwhile, of course, Zarathustra is performing this apparently authentic speech for the disciple who stands by, not for his own pleasure, not for his pleasure, but for his benefit. By inflaming his anger, it may force him into independent thought. And it also contains clues as to how the poet Zarathustra differs from other poets. Yet the disciple fails his challenge. The next chapter on great events deals with two issues at the same time: the difference between the revolutionary Zarathustra and other revolutionaries, and the real nature of historical change. Zarathustra voyages to a volcanic island to learn the true motives of a revolutionary fire dog. But while he is gone, some sailors report seeing him flying through the air while saying, "It is time, it is high time." When he returns to his disciples, he tells them of his conversation with the fire dog. He found him motivated by poisonous envy and revenge. To the blustering fire dog who believes in the greatest event, the overthrow of the modern state, Zarathustra explains, "The greatest events, they are not our noisiest, but our stillest hours. The world revolves not around the inventors of new noises, but around the inventors of new values. It revolves inaudibly." When he mentions one of the revolutionaries' apparent enemies, the church, the fire dog scoffs. "This church? What is that then?" The church, outwardly at least, is irrelevant now that God is dead. Zarathustra's response goes deeper. The church is a kind of state, and indeed the most mendacious kind. Then Zarathustra talks about the fire dog's other great enemy, the state. It is in fact very like the fire dog. "Like you, the state is a hypocrite dog. Like you, it likes to speak with smoke and bellowing, to make believe like you that it speaks out of the belly of things. For the state wants to be absolutely the most important beast on earth, and it is believed to be so too." When I said that, the fire dog acted as if he were mad with envy. "What?" he cried. "The most important beast on earth? And it is believed to be so too, and so much steam and hideous shrieking came from his throat, I thought he would choke with vexation and envy. The state and the underground fire dog, motivated by petty envy and revenge, deluded by ideology, ultimately the same ideology, both belong to the diseased surface of the earth. But there is another fire dog, which really speaks from the heart of the earth. Gold and laughter come forth from him, and for him the heart of the earth is of gold. The vengeful revolutionary cannot bear to hear this and slinks away. His disciples hardly listen to this report. However, so eager are they to tell him the tale of the sailors who saw him flying. Zarathustra disowns this miraculous event, attributing it to his shadow. The outwardly great events, the showy and seemingly miraculous, are just the shadows of the truly great events, the silent invention of new values. Like the fire dog, the disciples have not learned this lesson, nor understood Zarathustra's role, and for a second time he shakes his head. The chapter ends with a question. For what, then, is it high time? Zarathustra must be thinking of the Superman, but his disciples have been showing their failure to progress toward it. Is the time approaching to part from them? Is it time for a new approach? What is Zarathustra still capable of? Hollingdale calls this chapter the prophet, Lampert the soothsayer. Both suggest someone who can tell the future. It consists of a prophecy, Zarathustra's response to the prophecy, a nightmare, and a disciple's attempt to interpret it. The chapter begins with the soothsayer's prophecy. And I saw a great sadness come over mankind. The best grew weary of their works. A teaching went forth, a belief ran beside it. All is empty, all is the same, all has been. Nihilism overtakes mankind and saps them of all meaning, joy, and aspiration. This is the first overt appearance of a teaching on the coming long twilight of nihilism. Zarathustra's response to it is to become like those who were prophesied. Going about sad and weary, for 3 days he refuses all food, sleep, and speech. As Lampert points out, this is because he believes the soothsayer's prophecy, not the soothsayer's teaching. After all, the heart of the earth is of gold. The soothsayer, by the way, bears close resemblance to Schopenhauer, who taught a pessimistic philosophy very similar to this, and by whom Nietzsche was strongly influenced early on. Instead, what causes Zarathustra to grieve is his realization that this long twilight of lethargy and despair imperils the coming of the Superman. How shall I preserve my life? How shall I preserve my light through it? When Zarathustra finally sleeps, he has a disturbing dream. He has become a night watchman and a grave watchman, guarding death's coffins in which he views the static remains of the once living. Life overcome regarded me from glass coffins. He carries the rustiest of keys for the most creaking of all doors. He sits alone in the malignant silence and waits. Suddenly, he hears 3 blows struck upon the door. He tries to open it, but it will not budge. Then a raging wind rips it open, throwing to him a black coffin. And in the roaring and the whistling and the shrilling, the coffin burst asunder and vomited forth 1,000 peals of laughter. And from 1,000 masks of children, angels, owls, fools, and child-sized butterflies, it laughed and mocked and roared at me. This terrified me dreadfully. It prostrated me, and I shrieked with horror as I had never shrieked before. When he tells this dream to his disciples, the disciple whom he most loved rushes to interpret it for him, claiming that the wind in the black coffin full of motley wickednesses represents Zarathustra himself. What Zarathustra identified himself as in the dream, these were his enemies, the grim preachers of death. But Zarathustra is not convinced by this. Yet suddenly as he gets up from his bed, the meaning of his dream comes to him. He doesn't share it with his disciples, but looks long into the face of the disciple whom he loved, the one who ventured to interpret his dream, and for a third time he shakes his head. His regard for Zarathustra led him to give a flattering but false interpretation, but Zarathustra really was the terrified man in his nightmare. The real meaning of the dream will start to come to light in the next chapter. This chapter is another turning point, indicating the way of redemption from the nightmare of times it was, and the mad teachings designed to cope with this. On page 140, Lampert calls it the most astonishing of all the chapters of Thus Spoke Zarathustra. In it, we see Zarathustra using 3 different modes of speaking, and how he speaks to the people, and how he speaks to his disciples, and in how he speaks to himself. It begins with Zarathustra crossing the Great Bridge. Lampert doesn't interpret this directly, but it seems clear this refers to the Great Bridge to the future which man is, from the imagery of the Prologue. He is surrounded by cripples and beggars, who ask him to heal them. They take him for a miraculous healer akin to Jesus, but, consistent with his teaching against pity, he refuses. Instead, he decries another kind of cripple, even worse than them, inverse cripples, who lack everything except one thing, of which they have too much, men who are no more than a great eye, or a great mouth, or a great belly, or something else great. Zarathustra then turns to his disciples with dismay, and begins a long speech that will grow more and more inward as it progresses. He starts by proclaiming, "Truly, my friends, I walk among men as among the fragments and limbs of men." Whether he looks to the present or the past, he finds the same fragments and limbs and dreadful chances, but no men. Only the doctrine of the Superman has sustained him, that one day all the fragments and limbs might be assembled in the truly worthy man. Zarathustra describes himself a seer, a willer, a creator, a future itself and a bridge to the future, and, alas, also like a cripple upon this bridge. Zarathustra is all this. His thought grows deeper as he formulates what redemption from this fragmentary, dreadful chance would look like. To redeem the past and to transform every "it was" into a "I wanted it thus." This could be read as another affirmation of the Superman, who needs all the past to bring himself about and thus justifies the whole of the past. But there are problems with this. Though Zarathustra taught in chapter 2 that willing liberates, he now qualifies this. But what is it that fastens and fetters even the liberator? It was. That is what the will's teeth-gnashing and most lonely affliction is called. Powerless against that which has been done, the will is an angry spectator of all things past. The will cannot will backwards. That it cannot break time and time's desire, that is the will's loneliest affliction. Here is the crux of the matter. In his commentary, Lampert implies that the will is bound by time in at least 2 different ways. First, that the past is itself unalterable. Visible, though forever lifeless and frozen, it stares vacantly out of glass coffins. Here too, we start to unriddle the meaning of Zarathustra's dream. Though the future Superman may be grateful for its bringing him about, his will to power is forever frustrated by his inability to change it. There thus is a sense in which all those countless terrible fragments and absurdities remain fragments and absurdities. And secondly, it is also the case that the past determines the present and the future. The will cannot truly be a liberator because it is itself bound by everything that has come before. The coffins of the past break open into the present with mocking laughter. In his dream, Zarathustra was waiting for the redeeming future, for the coming of the Superman, but when he believed he heard his arrival, out of the future was thrown a coffin of the past, mocking all his hopes. On page 143, Lampert summarizes Zarathustra's terrible realization. Not just those from whom he is turned away in dismay are cripples, the creative will itself is crippled. Zarathustra's dismay arises from the discovery that there is, after all, something that encompasses man within an unwillable given. It is not the world or God that limits him, but time's desire, time and it was. Like all limits encountered by the creative will, it is a curse, for it thwarts what the will to power is in its most spiritual form. He notes that it is not mortality as such that is the problem. Zarathustra is not speaking of the imprisonment felt by most men, but of those exceptional men of the highest, strongest, most spiritual will to power, the wisest, who silently shape history by their values and ideas. Lampert continues on the following page, knowing themselves not to be good enough, while knowing themselves to be the best of all of men, they have of necessity drawn the conclusion that life is no good, and have taken their revenge. Mankind has borne the sorrows of the accursedness of the best. For as Zarathustra continues his speech, he reveals how the thwarted will of the highest goes mad and wreaks its vengeance against reality and all who do not suffer like it. It generates doctrines of life denial, coming to see natural existence as itself a punishment, initially perhaps as something one might find redemption from through some airy metaphysical scheme, but ultimately, as this progresses into modern nihilism, as a punishment that is eternal and inescapable. These teachings have plagued humanity and spread the misery of the highest downward. This revenge finds its ultimate definition. This alone is revenge itself, the will's antipathy towards time and time's it was. By this point in his speech, we may assume that Zarathustra has forgotten about his disciples. He has begun to reveal too much. He has revealed the fact that he is not redeemed, as well as the futility of the Superman, for the future Superman will also be bound by this fundamental problem. What's more, his very hope for the redeeming Superman was motivated by revenge against time's it was. What then could true redemption be? All it was is a fragment, a riddle, a dreadful chance, until the creative will says to it, "But I willed it thus." Until the creative will says to it, "But I will it thus. Thus shall I will it." This threefold declaration, in past, present, and future tense, is a premonition of the teaching of eternal return, and the final words of his speech point to it too, in positing something higher than simply reconciliation to time and what was, hard enough though that is. The will that is the will to power must will something higher than any reconciliation. Here is the bridge between the teaching of the will to power and the teaching of the eternal return. The former will from now on remain implicit, while the latter will come into greater and greater prominence. But the one implies the other. It is the most spiritual will to power that suffers the imprisonment of time and so generates the teachings of death. And it is the most spiritual will to power, as Zarathustra will come to realize, that has the strength to affirm time in the eternal return of all things, thereby neutralizing revenge and generating a new life-affirming teaching to guide mankind. But at this point, Zarathustra realizes he has said too much and breaks off his discourse in terror. A hunchback that spoke to him at the beginning of the chapter has heard all this, however, and points out that Zarathustra speaks differently to the people than to his disciples. Ignoring Zarathustra's sharp retort, he then adds, "But why does Zarathustra speak to his pupils differently than to himself?" This takes us into the next chapter, on Human Prudence. In it, Zarathustra talks of a twofold will. Part of him is drawn upward to the Superman, and part of him is drawn downward to man. He has hitherto practiced 4 forms of prudence to keep his balance in this predicament. I let myself be deceived so as not to be on guard against deceivers. I am more considerate to the vain than to the proud. Is wounded vanity not the mother of all tragedies? But where pride is wounded, there surely grows up something better than pride. I do not let your timorousness spoil my pleasure at the sight of the wicked. And I myself will sit among you disguised, so that I may misunderstand you and myself. That, in fact, is my last human prudence. Zarathustra practices the first 3 to keep himself tethered to mankind, to the hope, entertainment, and pleasure they afford. Lampert contends that in this chapter, Zarathustra resolves to abandon the first 3 forms of prudence while intensifying the 4th. That is to say, he must practice a more moderate speech and a more immoderate thought, for his aspiration is now to ascend higher than he thought possible, to become the Redeemer he was waiting for all intents and purposes, to become the Superman. In this extreme ambition, he must let go of his ties to mere humanity, while also preserving them from the offense that this extreme ambition would cause. This is an intriguing take, I think, because based on the language of this speech, it isn't clear that's what's happening. On the surface, he seems to be endorsing all forms of prudence, all 4 forms, as well as reiterating his previous teaching about the Superman. But on the other hand, it appears to be a speech addressed to men, not simply a private speech to himself. Zarathustra may therefore be heeding his own advice in the very speech in which he gives the advice, in concealed form. And it has to be said that Lampert's interpretation accords with what comes after. This is the Stillest Hour, the final chapter of part 2, and the second and final parting with his disciples, in which he lies about his reasons for leaving. We know that he lies because just an hour or 2 later, in the opening of part 3, he tells himself the exact opposite of what he had told them. In this speech, he pretends it is his weakness driving him away from them, that his terrible mistress, the stillest hour, spoke to him, summoning him to a greater task. He does not say what the task is, only that he refused it. The stillest hour speaks through the 12 strikes of the clock of the midnight hour, although the 12th strike is missing. Where is it? In the triumphant second dance song of Book 3, the midnight hour will also speak through 11 strikes. The 12th will be the following chapter. He claims that he has kept nothing back from his disciples, who he calls his friends. But the whole speech, in not naming the task he was called to and exactly why he refused it, implies that he has. This is reinforced by the riddle with which he ends it. Ah, my friends, I should have something more to tell you. I should have something more to give you. Why do I not give it? Am I then mean? Mean meaning stingy, as in Lampert's translation. The task he was called to is the task of Book 3, the willing of the eternal return. He leaves his disciples surely having wounded their opinion of him, but it doesn't matter. He has given up on his disciples. He sees that they cannot surpass him, but also that they need not. It is he who will bring the needed redemption. Part 3 of Thus Spoke Zarathustra is the climax of the book. All that comes before exists for the sake of this. If the key idea of part 1 was the Superman, and the key idea of part 2 was the will to power, then the key idea of part 3, as of the book as a whole, is the eternal return. It starts out in The Wanderer, with Zarathustra crossing mountains at night just after he has departed from his disciples. His hike will take him to a harbour on the other side of the island, from which he will leave the Blessed Isles. Now, in total privacy, he gives 3 speeches to himself on his journey. As he ascends the mountain, he embraces the hour that calls him to his highest destiny, the hour that he just pretended to his disciples to refuse. But a man of my sort does not avoid such an hour, the hour that says to him, only now do you tread your path of greatness. But his mood is tinged with sadness when he reaches the top, as he considers what his task requires of him. Therefore I must first descend deeper than I have ever descended, deeper into pain than I have ever descended, down to its blackest stream. To will the return of all things is to will everything, even the most painful and repulsive. Finally, as he reaches the other side and contemplates the sea, he is stricken with longing for his disciples, the friends he has left behind. He catches himself personifying the sea, imagining it groaning and tossing from bad dreams, and yearns to release it from its dreams, but then catches himself. Love is the danger of the most solitary man, love of anything, if only it is alive. He must overcome his foolish love, but this reminds him of his love for his disciples, which he now knows was unjustified, stemming from his own need to love. The chapter ends with bitter tears of anger and longing, longing for them and anger at his own harsh recognition of their unworthiness. On board the ship, Zarathustra tells the other passengers and crew a riddle in the form of a vision. The chapter is divided in 2, breaking at the moment Zarathustra summons his courage for the decisive encounter, and his tale is prefaced by an appeal to his hearers, describing the type of hearers or readers he requires, the more than heroic, bold venturers and adventurers, who do not desire to feel for a thread to guide them, like Theseus in the labyrinth, but, where you can guess, you hate to calculate. For this last word, Lampert has deduce. The tale begins. Lately, Zarathustra walked through a deathly grey twilight up a barren mountain path with the spirit of gravity on his back. The spirit of gravity was half dwarf, half mole, crippled, crippling, pouring lead drops into my ear, leaden thoughts into my brain. The spirit of gravity taunts him until finally Zarathustra summons his courage, defeating his pity. For courage is the best destroyer, courage also destroys pity. Pity, however, is the deepest abyss. As deeply as man looks into life, so deeply does he look into suffering. "Stop, dwarf," he cries, "I or you." And he challenges the dwarf with his abysmal thought that the dwarf could not endure. The spirit of gravity takes the bait and jumps off his shoulders. Zarathustra shows him a gateway in front of them with a long lane before it and a long lane behind it. Each of these lanes go on for eternity. The name of the doorway is Moment. He poses a question to the dwarf. If followed far enough, do you think these paths would be in eternal opposition? The dwarf is unimpressed. "Everything straight lies," he scoffs. "All truth is crooked. Time itself is a circle." This is the spirit of gravity grown skeptical and nihilistic, grown modern, in a final intensification of its life-denying nature. Zarathustra then lays out, in the form of a deductive argument and a thought experiment, the idea of the eternal return of all things. If time is eternal, then everything that can happen must have happened already. Likewise, all that has happened will happen again. Because all events are bound together by necessity, everything will repeat itself again and again, eternally, in exactly the same way and order. And this slow spider that creeps along in the moonlight, and this moonlight itself, and I and you and this gateway whispering together, whispering of eternal things, must we not all have been here before? And must we not return and run down that other lane out before us, that long, terrible lane? Must we not return eternally? But the spirit of gravity does not respond. Instead, Zarathustra suddenly hears a howling dog, reminding him of a sound he heard in his childhood. Then he saw it too, bristling, its head raised, trembling in the stillest midnight. Hollingdale notes that Nietzsche's father died in his childhood following a fall, and that Nietzsche was drawn to the scene by the frightened barking of a dog. Suddenly, Zarathustra sees a young shepherd wreathing on the ground, choking on a heavy black snake that hangs out of his mouth. Overcome with horror, hate, disgust, and pity, Zarathustra cries out, "Bite! Bite! Its head off! Bite!" The shepherd complies, spits out the head, and stands up. No longer a shepherd, no longer a man, a transformed being surrounded by light, laughing. Never yet on earth had any man laughed as he laughed. Thus ends the riddle and the vision. So, what is going on here? How does Zarathustra defeat the spirit of gravity? A clue comes from an aphorism in Nietzsche's immediately prior book, The Gay Science. Aphorism 341, the penultimate aphorism of that book as it then stood, the final aphorism before the opening passages of Zarathustra. The section is titled The Greatest Weight, and lays out the thought of the eternal return in a way strikingly similar to this chapter. There is the same spider, the same moonlight. But the clue it offers is the effect the thought can have on one. It would either crush you or delight you beyond measure. If this thought gained possession of you, it would change you as you are, or perhaps crush you. The question in each and every thing, do you desire this once more, and innumerable times more, would lie upon your actions as the greatest weight. Other clues are provided by the text itself. Its form is unique in Zarathustra. Lampert comments, "The only deductive argument ever made by Zarathustra in the whole book occurs as part of a vision and is addressed only to those who desire to guess rather than deduce." Further, he notes it deliberately omits a premise of the argument Nietzsche knew to be essential. The argument is only plausible if time is infinite, but the possible states of the world are finite. A premise arguably supplied later on in chapter 10, though in a different context. Finally, the conclusion of the argument is embellished with chilling images. It seems everything has been set up to undermine a literal reading of it as a perfectly grave and serious argument. So what's going on? That Zarathustra would use a rational argument to defeat his serious rationalist enemy is appropriate. Like Theseus with the crippled bandit Periphetes, he clubs him to death with his own club. Now, rationalist might not seem like the right term for a pessimistic skeptic, but Nietzsche sees it as the natural outcome of the long history of rationalism inspired by Plato, a privileging of thought over reality that in some sense abolishes itself, yet still takes itself so seriously that it finds in consequence no meaning or joy on the earth. But why does Zarathustra use this argument? Lampert gives two guesses. Here we can take up the clue provided by the Gay Science. Zarathustra knows a heavier weight than the spirit of gravity, and by this weight the dwarf is crushed. he intensifies the dwarf's cynical view of the meaningless, ever-repeating return of similar things into that of exactly the same things returning. The spirit of gravity, full of loathing for life, cannot bear the thought of the endless return of the things that he loathes, along with his own loathing. As Lampert puts it, the dwarf is crushed by the antipathy that accompanies his reflection on temporal beings, slain by his own malignancy. Lampert's second guess draws on what we said about the nesting of a rational argument in a context that seems to undermine its pure rationality. The skeptical dwarf isn't necessarily convinced by this particular argument, but granting that pure reason has limitations and dark origins that must be guessed at, he now realizes that reason can be reasonably employed to support the ideal that is the opposite of world denial. Confronted with the possibility of a joyous, affirmative response to the thought experiment of eternal return, he realizes that his own response has been crushed by it, as his whole worldview in general is grounded in a fundamental disposition of his being. This is what ultimately destroys him. Of course, all this is just a riddle and a vision. Only at the end of part 3 will Zarathustra enact it, defeating the spirit of gravity and biting the head off the heavy black snake. We have already seen what this could symbolize, and this will be made explicit in the later chapter. The snake is everything Zarathustra struggles to affirm, and most prominently the rabble, the small man, the life deniers themselves. In the chapter on involuntary bliss, Zarathustra recovers from the pain of parting with his disciples after 4 days' sailing. Hope returns to him, and he utters a speech to himself, blissful and alone. He fully recognizes his weakness, that despite the signs that came to him, I lay fettered to love of my children. Desire set the snare for me, desire for love, that I might become my children's victim and lose myself through them. But he also fully recognizes his destiny, that he will one day find the courage to summon his abysmal thought of eternal return into full consciousness, and when I have overcome myself in that, I will overcome myself in that which is greater, and a victory shall be the seal of my perfection. Though he then asks his bliss to depart from him, to go and take shelter with his disciples, who he now calls his children, it remains with him all night and into the morning. The next speech will be addressed to the early morning sky, when the light of the approaching dawn has hidden the stars, but the sun has not yet risen, to a clear morning twilight sky. To me, the chapter before sunrise is one of the most beautiful in the book. When I first read it, it did a lot to help me grasp Nietzsche's philosophy, the mature philosophy of part 3, rather than the still developing philosophy of parts 1 and 2. It begins like this. O sky above me, O pure, deep sky, you abyss of light, gazing into you I tremble with divine desires. Under this open and innocent sky between night and day, Zarathustra longs to be like it, a vast and boundless declaration of yes and amen. The sky encompasses all things, blessing them by allowing them to be just as they are. But Zarathustra hates the passing clouds, like necessity, purpose, guilt, good and evil, that obscures its openness. And what have I hated more than passing clouds and all that defiles you, he says. And then, tellingly, I have hated even my own hatred because it defiles you. Though the tone of the speech is one of religious reverence, The meaning of it isn't, at least in any traditional sense. What Zarathustra loves about the sky is that it is a space and an openness, that it is silent, that it knows no necessity, purpose, or morality. It is the sky or heaven of chance, the heaven of innocence, the heaven of accident, the heaven of wantonness. He praises chance as primordial and ultimate. Here we are deep in Zarathustra's night wisdom. In this very speech he calls the world deep, deeper than day can comprehend, in words that will be repeated exactly during the tolling of the midnight bell at the end of part 3. He adds, not everything may be spoken in the presence of day. Moreover, he exclaims, quoting himself, with all things one thing is impossible, rationality. A little reason, to be sure, a seed of wisdom scattered from star to star. This leaven is mingled with all things. For the sake of foolishness is wisdom mingled with all things. This seems true to the notion that will to power, though fathoming the way of life or beings, nevertheless does not exhaust their being, lets them remain elusive as they fundamentally are. But there is another wisdom, a day wisdom, that will return to prominence in the idea of the eternal return. It doesn't contradict night wisdom, but complements it. Though night wisdom is the more fundamental, Zarathustra's new day wisdom will be an expression of it. Zarathustra aspires to bless all things like the sky, to stand over everything as its own sky, as its round dome, its azure bow and eternal security, to let all beings be the beings that they are. Through the willing their eternal return, this is what the daylight doctrine of eternal return will accomplish. At this point in Lampert's commentary, he suggests that Zarathustra's jubilant yes to beings brings with it an implicit no and a new vision of science. On page 219, he says it points toward a science liberated from the Baconian and Cartesian impulse to the effecting of all things possible, a science that knows in principle that it can provide limits to the will to alter because it can teach itself in each specific case the no appropriate to its affirmation of all that was or is. When Zarathustra returns to the mainland, he doesn't go straight back to his cave in the mountains, but wanders some more among men. Perhaps, if I were to guess, this is fueled by his lingering hesitation to face his abysmal thought. Lampert titles the next series of 4 chapters History of the Next 2 Centuries, based on a note of Nietzsche's. These are the centuries of the long twilight of nihilism, and the centuries following the death of God, in which men will continue to display and revere his shadow, to borrow an image from the gay science. In these wanderings, he notices humanity has progressed further down this path, but throughout them he guards his speech to a degree he hasn't done before. Neither will to power nor eternal return are mentioned in these chapters. The first of them, on the virtue that makes small, he finds that since his departure, people have become smaller, as civilization moves towards the last man. His apparently unbridled speech is shocking and deliberately provocative. This draws the anger of the people, but not their envy. His danger lies in others knowing his bliss and his calling, that he has surpassed all others in wisdom, and will also soon surpass them in performing the task he is called to do. His danger is their envy, the sting of their anger he can handle, these ever smaller flies of the marketplace. The next speech, on the Mount of Olives, is a private one to himself, a mischievous and playful speech in praise of the art of silence that he practices. Though he dwells with chilly winter, he is actually Zarathustra's welcome guest. As he says, he drives the flies away. Zarathustra appears to others wrapped in miserable winter, in cold and bitter thought. Thus they do not envy him. But they do not realize that he is not dismayed by this winter. With warm feet and warm thoughts do I run yonder, where the wind is still, to the sunny corner of my Mount of Olives. The Mount of Olives in the Bible being Jesus' place of pleasant retreat. In the next chapter, On Passing By, is another fascinating one, because in it Zarathustra encounters someone who, in certain respects, seems to be just like him, but whom Zarathustra rejects. He meets him when he comes to the great city, and the man is known as Zarathustra's ape, because he copies or apes him. He meets him at the gate, and the man blocks Zarathustra's path into the city, launching into a speech in which he castigates the people of the city in an overblown way that does sound a lot like what Zarathustra might say. But Zarathustra stops him. "Have done. Your speech and your kind have long disgusted me. Why did you live so long in the swamp that you had to become a frog and a toad yourself?" Why has the man dwelt so long in a city that disgusted him? Is it not so that he could vent his revengefulness in speeches like this against them and make a name for himself? Does he not enjoy his revenge and cling to it? This man is defined by what he hates, not by what he loves. Zarathustra makes it clear. "I despise your contempt. And since you warned me, why did you not warn yourself? My contempt and my bird of warning shall ascend from love alone, not from the swamp." It's clear that, essentially, Zarathustra agrees with him about the city. He still has no love for the rabble. But Zarathustra's ape uses Zarathustra's teaching falsely. The difference is subtle but important. As he turns to go, Zarathustra offers the frothing fool one more piece of wisdom. Where one can no longer love, one should pass by. And thus he passes by the fool and the great city. Next, Zarathustra returns to the town in which he had first called his disciples, the Pied Cow. Here he finds youths that were once influenced by him and held to his philosophy, now grown pious again as they confess to him. They even pray. While some rejoin the old religion in some form, others join newer cults and sects that offer meaning. But while the youth have grown pious out of cowardice in the face of the long twilight of nihilism, the old, those who were once more genuinely pious, have now grown skeptical. Zarathustra reports a mocking conversation about God between two of them. Though bereft of the meaning God provided, they are more resolute than their sons in accepting the consequences of his death. The final chapter on this slide, The Homecoming, doesn't belong to this series, but I wanted to squeeze it in anyway. Having finally returned home to his mountain cave, it is a grateful speech to, and a dialogue with, his solitude. Here he can speak openly, and he expresses his joy that with solitude the words and word chests of all being spring open to me. Here all being wants to become words. Here all becoming wants to learn speech from me. In the final chapters of Part 3, immersed in his solitude with only his animals around him, being as becoming will come to word in his speech. He will in a sense name and bless all things anew in a way that does justice to their being. The chapter on the three evils is one in which Zarathustra's day wisdom is prominent. He awakes from a dream one morning in which it seemed he stood upon a headland and weighed the world. He asks himself how his dream had the time and patience for the weighing of worlds. Did my wisdom perhaps speak secretly to it, my laughing, wakeful day wisdom that mocks all infinite worlds? For my wisdom says, where force is, their number becomes master. It has more force. If force is finite, as it must be, by the way, for the eternal return to work as a rational argument, then force is calculable. Number masters force. Physics, science, masters all. This is the epitome of day wisdom, but note how much it contrasts with the night wisdom expressed in Before Sunrise, wherein the world is declared to be deeper than day can comprehend. Each wisdom has its role. However, it's not a matter of either or. In imagery reminiscent of Eden, in Zarathustra's dream, the world presented itself to my hand, a ripe golden apple with a soft, cool, velvety skin. Not so enigmatic as to frighten away human love, not so explicit as to put to sleep human wisdom. A good human thing was the world to me today, this world of which so many evil things are said. The role of Zarathustra's day wisdom in this chapter is to weigh and reevaluate the three most cursed things in the world, which is what he does after awakening from his dream. These three things are sensual pleasure, passion to rule, and selfishness. Although he acknowledges negative aspects and versions of each of these, he glorifies them as essentially good. Sensual pleasure is innocent and free to free hearts, the earth's garden joy, an overflowing of thanks to the present from all the future. More than this, however, it is the great symbolic happiness of a higher happiness and highest hope, for marriage is promised to many, and more than marriage, to many that are stranger to one another than man and woman, and who has fully conceived how strange man and woman are to one another. We've seen the metaphor of the erotic and the metaphors of sexual difference and complementarity throughout the book. It will culminate in the metaphor of marriage in the final song of Part 3, where Zarathustra weds life, renamed eternity. Likewise, in Christianity, the metaphor of marriage has been used to describe the union of Christ with his bride, the Church. The familiar mystery of human sexuality can elucidate the less familiar mysteries of the ultimate things. Passion to rule, which Hollingdale translates lust for power, enables the lonely height of the mountain to descend to the valley and the wind of the heights to the lowlands. In other words, it forces the excellent to use their excellence for the benefit of others. Zarathustra admits that he once named it the gift-giving virtue, but recognizes this name as inappropriate. Though tentatively using the name by which it has been slandered, he claims it is unnameable. However, Lampert suggests it has already been named, namely in the chapter on self-overcoming, where Zarathustra unriddled the will of the wisest as the most spiritual will to power. That Zarathustra avoids using this name here confines it to parts 1 and 2 and maintains prudent speech. But in relation to who, I would ask, in this private speech? The reader? The final evil to be weighed is selfishness. As mentioned in the farewell chapter of Part 1, there are two kinds of selfishness: a base selfishness stemming from lack, and a noble selfishness stemming from strength and abundance. This latter is the essential selfishness. The sound, healthy selfishness that issues from a mighty soul to which pertains the exalted body, the beautiful, victorious, refreshing body, around which everything becomes a mirror, the supple, persuasive body, the dancer whose image and epitome is the self-rejoicing soul. The next chapter deals once again with the spirit of gravity. It describes how the spirit of gravity is propagated, how we are educated into it almost from birth. Almost from the cradle are we presented with heavy words and values. This dowry calls itself good and evil. For its sake we are forgiven for being alive. And later, we bear loyally what we have been given upon hard shoulders over rugged mountains, and when we sweat we are told, yes, life is hard to bear, but only man is hard to bear. That is because he bears too many foreign things upon his shoulders. This is man as the camel spirit. Of course, there is nobility in this spirit, and it is not that man should have nothing to bear. A little later Zarathustra says, many things that are one's own are hard to bear. the distinction is between one's own things and foreign things. Selfish is the man who bears only his own things, and by selfishness the spirit of gravity is silenced. But he has discovered himself who says, "This is my good and evil." He has silenced thereby the mole and dwarf who says, "Good for all, evil for all." The spirit of gravity is both the way of the ancestors and the spirit of rationality over against the world. It is, in other words, the spirit of the transcendent, of the other. One finds the center of gravity outside the present living world and either negates this world to strive for the other, as in religion, or simply negates the world, as in its final form of nihilism. But eternal return, the greatest weight, will be a new center of gravity, returning the center of gravity to the earth. The spirit of gravity, who they say is Lord of the earth, will no longer reign. But this new center of gravity will no longer be in the old way of the spirit of gravity, the ancestral way, the way of the other. At the end of the chapter, Zarathustra parries an attempt to make it such. "This is now my way. Where is yours? Thus I answered those who asked me the way, for the way does not exist." Some have seen in this a teaching of liberal relativism, but it must be seen in the context of the rest of the book. At the outset, in the prologue, Zarathustra once said, "I need living companions who follow me because they want to follow themselves, and who go where I want to go." In the chapter on war and warriors, he commanded his disciples and gave them their ideal to strive to, even while hoping they would surpass him toward it. Though that ideal has now altered, and his original hopes for them are gone, he still has hopes for them and for all mankind. In Book 3, he begins to call them his children. They will embody and carry forward his teaching, not toward the Superman, but from the Superman into the new age he will inaugurate based on the teaching of eternal return. Zarathustra is in no doubt about the world he wills to create, but the new values will not be passed on in the old way. They will be arrived at through noble selfishness, not through self-abnegation, and so Zarathustra refuses the grave role of priest that many demand of him. Consisting of 30 sections, the chapter on old and new law tables or tablets is the longest in the book. In it, Zarathustra prepares the legislation that will shape the 1,001st people, the global people mankind. "Here I sit and wait, old shattered law tables around me, and also new, half-written law tables. When will my hour come?" He waits both for the hour of his redemption and, following this, his final descent to men in the great noontide. The chapter is too long to summarize here, so I'll only mention a couple of key points. The first is that the Superman is mentioned, though only in retrospect. Sections 2 to 3 talk about what he has already done and taught among men. He recalls how he coined the word Superman and preached his doctrine. And for a moment it seems like that old doctrine has returned, that the past will only be redeemed in the coming of a future Superman. But then he says, "Now I await my redemption, that I must go to them for the last time." When he moves into legislating for the future, however, the Superman is replaced by a new ideal for the future, a new nobility, true to the teaching of eternal return. The singular Superman is replaced by a plurality. Encountering Nietzsche's philosophy, the Danish critic Georg Brandes called it aristocratic radicalism, a term Nietzsche approved, writing that it was the shrewdest remark I have read about myself until now. On page 205, Lampert calls it a political stance not included within the modern spectrum of politics here depicted in its two extremes of tyranny and mass democracy, referring to section 11 of this chapter. Intriguingly, I found, This section talks about a despot who could come, a shrewd devil who with his favour and disfavour could compel and constrain all that is past until it becomes his bridge and prognostic and herald and cockcrow. Zarathustra describes this as one great danger. But isn't this precisely what the Superman would do? What Zarathustra believed his redemption of the past would mean? This section betrays a respect for the past as it is, along with a plurality of interpretations. The other great danger is that the rabble rule, and so the past is simply forgotten. Zarathustra's ideal of the new nobility resists either form of tyranny. As a whole, the new half-written law tablets are a guide for this new nobility, outlining a way of life implied by the new teaching and the tasks needed to secure it against the old teachings. But they are half-written, and necessarily so, in keeping with the plurality of aristocrats and the new way of education implied in the previous chapter. Each noble individual must write the rest himself. On page 203, Lampert calls them boundary stones within the unbounded, by which a variety of tastes true to the earth can express themselves. This half-written legislation covers a wide range of topics, including one's relation to self and neighbour, truthfulness, the flux of being, holy commandments, aristocracy, the relation to past and future, denigrating life, relation to enemies, man and woman, marriage, hardness, creation. The chapter ends with Zarathustra invoking his will. O will, my essential, my necessity, dispeller of need, spare me for one great victory. He thus again looks ahead to the great noontide, when he will return to men to spread his new decisive teaching, to inaugurate the new age. But he is also, I think, steeling himself for the hard task in his immediate future, in the very next chapter, the terrible act that will lead to his redemption. This chapter, the Convalescent, is where Zarathustra's redemption is depicted. This is the pivotal event, his convalescence or recovery from, as Lampert puts it, the universal sickness that has infected all mankind, the madness of the teachings of revenge based on man's felt imprisonment in time. It solves the riddle of the earlier chapter on the vision and the riddle, and gives the most direct statement of the meaning of eternal return that we have in the book, though, as we'll see, the chapter seems so constructed as to call into question a literal reading of the statement. One morning Zarathustra springs from his bed, and behaving as if someone else were lying in his bed and will not rise, cries, "Up, abysmal thought, up from my depths! I am your cockerel in dawn. Sleepy worm, up! Up my voice shall soon crow you awake." He continues to harangue his thought in this way until it starts to stir. I, Zarathustra, the advocate of life, the advocate of suffering, the advocate of the circle, I call you, my most abysmal thought. Ah, you are coming. I hear you. My abyss speaks. I have turned my ultimate depth into the light. Ah, come here. Give me your hand. Ha, ha, don't. Ha, disgust, disgust, disgust. Woe is me. Like the vision in the riddle that is its prelude, the chapter is divided into two sections, with a break right at the moment where Zarathustra has summoned his courage for the decisive confrontation. Zarathustra then falls down like a dead man, and remains like this for 7 days, neither eating nor drinking. Meanwhile, his animals gather food for him and place it around him: apples, grapes, berries, sweet-smelling herbs, and 2 lambs. By shifting to the external scene, the book denies us direct access to what goes on in Zarathustra's mind in his moments of struggle and victory, but he gives us clues from his speeches later in the chapter. In talking to his animals, he speaks of how that monster crept into my throat and choked me, but I bit its head off and spat it away. This is, of course, the heavy black snake of the chapter on the vision in the riddle, and he explains what exactly it was that choked him. To know man is wicked, that was to be tied to no torture stake. But I cried as no one had cried before, alas, that his wickedness is so very small, alas, that his best is so very small. The great disgust at man, it choked me and had crept into my throat, and when the prophet prophesied, it is all the same, nothing is of worth, knowledge chokes. There are actually two aspects here, the great disgust at man and knowledge chokes, each requiring a different response. The first aspect of what chokes him is his disgust at the small man, the rabble, the smallness of man in general. The greatest all too small, that was my disgust at man. An eternal return, even for the smallest, that was my disgust at all existence. But as he has come to realize, he must will the small man and the smallness of man to overcome his revenge against time. His hatred of the vengeful is itself a form of vengeance, a poisonous emotion that judges the world and wishes that it were other than it is. To answer his question in the chapter on the rabble, yes, life does have need of the rabble too. He affirms the whole order of rank among men and all beings. So the first aspect, the great disgust at man, requires an affirmative response. He must will the small man eternally. But the second aspect, the Soothsayer's teaching culminating in the idea that knowledge chokes, this he must deny, reject. As Lampert says on page 217, what almost chokes Zarathustra is the possibility that what is highest and best in man, his spirited inquiry into himself and the world, must itself end by choking. Must human knowledge end in the sad, despairing philosophy of a Soothsayer, a Schopenhauer, or some other modern nihilist? But the very idea of the eternal return points to a different possibility, without compromising our genuine understanding of the world, without filling the clear sky with metaphysical clouds to comfort us. Seeing only the world as it is, we can celebrate it joyfully. We can have a joyful science. We can affirm life as a glorious, beautiful tragedy, as the Greeks once did, but now even wiser than they. In other words, when Zarathustra bites off the head of the snake, he both affirms all beings as they are and denies that they should be otherwise, judged against some standard of human thought. The Platonism that still lingers in nihilism, the thought that thought should judge reality, not the other way around, this is what Zarathustra bites through and spits out. Returning to the external scene of Zarathustra's convalescence, finally, on the seventh day, Zarathustra awakens in his cave, surrounded by fruit. He takes a rosy apple in his hand and, smelling it, finds it pleasant. In this Edenic scene, a new creation has taken place. His animals feel that the time to talk with him has arrived. In total, they will give 4 speeches to Zarathustra in this chapter, to which Zarathustra will give 3 in reply. Their 4th speech will go unanswered by him, and in each of his responses, Zarathustra will gently depreciate what they say. The animals continue the Edenic theme, beginning their first speech thus: O Zarathustra, now you have lain like that 7 days with heavy eyes. Will you not now get to your feet again? Step out of your cave. The world awaits you like a garden. The wind is laden with heavy fragrance that longs for you, and all the brooks would like to run after you. On behalf of all things, they express their gratitude to Zarathustra, who now lets all things be the beings that they are. But Zarathustra's response to them, his first speech after his redemption, is curious. "O my animals, go on talking and let me listen. Your talking is such refreshment. Where there is talking, the world is like a garden to me. How sweet it is that words and sounds and music exist. Are words and music not rainbows and seeming bridges between things eternally separated? Further, he says, speech is a beautiful foolery. With it man dances over all things. In the daylight wisdom of eternal return, he hints at a midnight wisdom of the universal flux of becoming, of elusive beings pursuing their will to power. While still celebrating that daylight wisdom, speech is in a sense man's dominion over things, but now he has learned a form of speech that is true to them, that does justice to them, even if it doesn't ultimately exhaust them or make them purely thinkable in imposing its order and connections upon them. This speech is based on love of beings, not resentment. Thus, as Zarathustra hinted at upon his homecoming, all being comes to word through him. All becoming learns from him how to speak. When the animals give their second speech, they begin to outline the theory of eternal return. Everything goes, everything returns. The wheel of existence rolls on forever. Everything dies, everything blossoms anew. The year of existence runs on forever. They give us a metaphysical account of the eternal return, using the power of speech or logos to bring reality to word and order. In a more complete way than Zarathustra, who has glimpsed the night wisdom, his animals are metaphysicians. But, as Lampert says on page 215, metaphysicians who make metaphysics a joyful science of recurring beings. The animals in their own way Platonize. But, he says a little later, their Platonizing replaces the grave Platonism that lies in the ruins of despair. Their metaphysical poetry celebrates time and becoming. It is praise and justification of the transitory. As recipients of the new teaching's blessing, they don't need to know Zarathustra's night wisdom. In the next speech, Zarathustra responds to them, smiling. "Oh, you buffoons and barrel organs," he begins, and then a little later, speaking of his redemption, "And you have already made a lyre song of it?" Lyre lead or lyre song suggests something repeated over and over, fitting the theme of eternal return. But the lyre is also the instrument of the sun god Apollo, that in the hands of Orpheus tames and brings to order all creatures. In their fourth speech, the animals will tell Zarathustra to prepare a new lyre to sing to. But although in the songs he actually sings, the Apollonian lyre doesn't feature, a Dionysian flute does. In their fourth and final speech to Zarathustra, the animals also present the doctrine of eternal return in the most clear and literal fashion. They explicitly claim to know what he teaches, that all things recur eternally, and we ourselves with them, and that we have already existed an infinite number of times before, and all things with us. You teach that there is a great year of becoming, a colossus of a year. This year must, like an hourglass, turn itself over again and again, so that it may run down and run out anew, so that all these years resemble one another, in the greatest things and in the smallest, so that we ourselves resemble ourselves in each great year, in the greatest things and in the smallest. They then claim to know what Zarathustra would say to himself when he dies, the joy he will express in knowing that he will return again to the self-same life. But we don't hear Zarathustra's response to this. He has stopped listening. He lay still with closed eyes like a sleeper, although he was not asleep, for he was conversing with his soul. The serpent and the eagle, however, when they found him thus silent, respected the great stillness around him and discreetly withdrew. Thus ends the chapter. Is the eternal return the central and most important teaching of the book Zarathustra and of Nietzsche's philosophy as a whole? The the answer seems to be yes. But is it intended to be a literally true metaphysical theory about the nature of being in time? Lampert suggests no. Of course, it might be true, in Nietzsche's time especially, before the theory of the Big Bang, when time was thought to be eternal in both directions, it must have seemed very plausible. And who can really say that time isn't eternal and the same universe doesn't recur again and again and again? But Lampert's point is, it doesn't matter. What matters is the function this idea serves, that it allows the will to power in man to overcome his revenge against time and the mad, life-denying teachings that stem from it, that it instead gives a picture of the world that glorifies becoming and affirms beings in all their contingency and particularity. This is a painting by Poussin called A Dance to the Music of Time, which I think beautifully captures the ideal of the eternal return. On its most surface level, it depicts the revolution of the seasons, but of course it suggests so much more than that. We even have the sun god Apollo in the sky, and some believe the figure at the back to be male, to be in fact Dionysus. Here's a picture of Nietzsche's ideal, a celebration of becoming, illuminated by the day wisdom of eternal return, embracing both joy and sorrow into a tragic, beautiful dance of even deeper joy. In the following 3 chapters, Zarathustra sings, now in complete privacy, his own account of his redemption and the victory he has won. The first of these songs is a conversation between the masculine-spirited Zarathustra and his feminine soul. Like all of these songs, the masculine and feminine will feature as a complementary pair. His soul is that aspect of his being that he has shaped or cultivated into something magnificent and fruitful. His spirit is that aspect which has done the shaping or cultivating. In the song he says, "O my soul," to her 22 times, the number of chapters in each of the book's parts hitherto, and the song progresses from past to present to future. It begins with Zarathustra describing all the gifts he has given her, culminating in the image of his soul as a vine superabundant with fruit. This brings the song into the present, and at this point his soul responds. Though she is smiling, she does not express gratitude for his gifts, but a melancholy due to overabundance. Which of us owes thanks? Does the giver not owe thanks to the receiver for receiving? Is giving not a necessity? Is taking not compassion? These words accord with Zarathustra's teaching and delight him. In Lampert's words, in questioning the worth of contentment with one's own perfection, they question the finality of any state of perfection and suggest that there is a desire that comes with the fulfillment of one's desires. Looking to the future, Zarathustra therefore gives his soul his final twofold gift. Firstly, by advising her to sing to release the fullness of her melancholy, and secondly, he gives a prophecy of what will happen when she sings. Until over still, longing seas the boat glides, the golden marvel around whose gold all good, bad, marvelous things leap. And many great and small beasts also, and everything that has light, marvelous feet that can run upon violet paths. Toward the golden marvel, the boat of free will, and to its master. He, however, is the vintager who waits with diamond-studded vine-knife, your great Redeemer, O my soul, the nameless one for whom only future songs will find a name. In these lines replete with Dionysian imagery, Zarathustra prophesies the return of a god, the ancient Greek god of wine and tragedy, of nature and ecstasy, of rising and dying, Dionysus. He arrives at he arrives as his myth holds he once did, in a miraculous boat over seas stilled by song, to relieve her of her overfullness in an image both erotic and violent. Dionysus is a recurring theme in Nietzsche's books. The penultimate section of Beyond Good and Evil reports a conversation with him, and his last book, Ecce Homo, ends with the challenge, "Have I been understood? Dionysus versus the crucified." Lampert advances the fascinating thesis that Zarathustra, or his author Nietzsche, wasn't so adverse to gods as he made out. Though Nietzsche condemned the metaphysical god of Christianity, Platonism for the people, he often praised the gods of the ancient Greeks that predated this metaphysical and monotheistic revolution, as Nietzsche himself must pretend to be merely a skeptical and atheistic free spirit in Beyond Good and Evil in order to appeal to potential friends, so must his Zarathustra declare himself to be godless and against all gods, even while pointing toward a god's return. For Dionysus is a very different god from the god of monotheism. He is not the god of another world, of a heaven set apart from the earth, but an earthly god of this world. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche even says he is a philosopher and that the gods too philosophize. This suggests a conception of gods that they too are part of this enigmatic whole that is the universe, not omniscient, but open, like us, to the wonder of its mysteries. Dionysus is a god of becoming, the dying and rising god who is torn apart and reassembled again, not a god of static and absolute being. Though he brings joy, he is also, like nature and life, a hard and cruel god. He is the god of tragedy, to whom the ancient Athenians dedicated their peerless tragic theatre. As such, he represents the tragic worldview, which Lampert describes on page 232. Tragedy is the artistic affirmation of the deadly truth about human things and all things. It refuses pessimism and nihilism and does not flee the world known to be mortal. It does not ground the earthly things in some cosmological or rational necessity of supposedly greater dignity, or take revenge on the earth for being what it is. Nor does it engage in the masked revenge of a hopeless optimism that the earth might be made other than it is. He continues, quoting from Nietzsche's Untimely Meditations. While freeing man from the terrible anxiety which death and time evoke in the individual, tragedy opens the possibility for the individual that in the briefest atom of his life's course he may encounter something holy that endlessly outweighs all his struggle and all his distress. That is what it means to have a sense for the tragic. But Dionysus will not be the sole god. The days of monotheism are over. He brings with him his lover and wife, Ariadne. As primordial masculine and primordial feminine, the dance of these two echoes throughout the book, finding its fullest expression in the dance and chase in the song about to come. The final song symbolizes their marriage, in addition to what it means about Zarathustra. On page 233, Lampert says, in its final 3 chapters, Zarathustra moves beyond the heroic to the super-heroic by alluding to the ancient mystery of life itself, as celebrated in the union of Dionysus and Ariadne. So at the heights, Dionysus and Ariadne represent man's loving relationship to life, while at the depths, they are also a celebration of life, being the fundamental fact of sexual reproduction, is true of ourselves as of all but the most simple organisms, of sexual difference and union that generates more life. On page 230, Lampert argues that in both Zarathustra and Beyond Good and Evil, religion is given to the care of philosophy. Zarathustra enacts the rule of philosophy over religion, but hardly as a triumph of anti-theological ire or as a triumph of free spirits or humanists or refined atheists. The rule of philosophy over religion permits the reappearance of the god. It is a vindication of the gods. What to make of this? It seems that the new religion will be akin to the new metaphysics, not completely or literally true in itself, but doing justice to the world as it is, and reflecting a deeper and darker wisdom. As Lampert says in a late talk on Nietzsche in the 21st century, if humans are the god-making species, as Nietzsche claims, then Dionysus and Ariadne are the gods made naturally by humans who love the earth and are true to the earth and long to make it sacred. Here is the famous Dionysus cup by the ancient artist Exekius, showing the coming of Dionysus on his boat from which grapevines grow and around which dolphins spring. Next comes the second dance song, depicting a dancing chase between Zarathustra and life. It therefore portrays symbolically the victory through his redemption, through his willing the eternal return. It begins with the exact same words as the first dance song, but this time when he looks into life's eyes, he doesn't sink into the unfathomable, but instead sees the golden boat of Dionysus glittering upon dark waters, a submerging, surging, re-emerging, golden tossing bark. This is a vision of life's becoming, the boats rocking and swaying, portraying the joy of life that knows no goal but life itself. And this is no more mere fishing, but a hunt. Life glances at Zarathustra's feet with a laughing, questioning, melting, tossing glance, and his feet begin to dance. He springs to her side, but she flees, her hair lashing at him like Medusa's serpents. In a series of 21 rhymes, they dance as he hunts her over dale and hill. He feigns a fall and appeals to her love and compassion, but she does not yield, leaving 2 scratches on his face as she flees. He gathers his courage, as he did in the Vision and the Riddle, and the Convalescent, both different versions of the same event, and like those 2 chapters, the chapter breaks here into a second section. He has heeded the little old woman's advice, and he says to life, "I am truly weary of being your shepherd, always sheepish and meek. You witch, if I have hitherto sung for you, now for me you shall shriek. To the rhythm of my whip you shall shriek and trot. Did I forget my whip? I did not." Lampert suggests the emphasis here is on rhythm, not on whip. He writes, "The crack of Zarathustra's whip provides the new rhythm for the dance with life, the new measure that binds even life by giving her a tempo or a time to keep, the time of eternal return. He does not whip life into submission by imposing some virtue on her that is not her own, nor does he seek to alter life's unalterable ways. He considers her ways and wills their eternal return." This seems plausible so far as it goes, but I do suspect the whip means more than this, that there is a certain violence against life called for, life that is, after all, violence itself. Zarathustra takes an active, commanding role in relation to her, and she begins to yield to him, though ironically she will always be the ultimate victor whose self-overcoming will overcome him. Yet Zarathustra's victories, his fathoming of life and now his marriage to her, his redemption from revenge, these all depend precisely on the sheer violent force of his most spiritual willed power. In any case, This halts her flight. Cornered, she adopts a different tone with him, more gentle, yet guarded. Though now she fears him, she does not yet trust the genuineness of his love. Even if we do not love one another from the very heart, she says, do people have to dislike one another if they do not love one another from the very heart? And repeating exactly the words he used regarding wisdom in the first dance song, she claims that the only reason she is inclined to love him is that she is jealous of his wisdom. But Zarathustra's wisdom is no longer her rival, having become his love for life. After these guarded statements designed to appease him while probing the depth of his love, she accuses him more openly of unfaithfulness. You do not love me nearly as much as you say. I know you are thinking of leaving me soon. She knows that Zarathustra knows that she will be unfaithful to him, that she will leave him, that he will die. Thus her accusation expresses both this fact of mortality and the possibility that because of it, Zarathustra's love will leave her, that he will come to despise her, judge her unworthy, foist some foreign virtue upon her, or yearn for something other, for wisdom or some other metaphysical ideal. Does he judge her no good because life ends in death? Here is how he responds. Yes, I answered hesitatingly, but you also know. And I said something into her ear in the midst of her tangled, yellow, foolish locks. You know that, O Zarathustra? No one knows that. And we gazed at one another and looked out at the green meadow over which the cool evening was spreading, and wept together. But then life was dearer to me than all my wisdom had ever been. Somehow, his answer definitively proves his love and secures their marriage. What did he whisper into her ear? Lampert argues that the answer to this riddle is the obvious one, the one that fits the build-up of the entire book hitherto, that Zarathustra's whispered words must be some variant of I will eternally return. Yes, but you also know I will eternally return. Her response to that statement would also fit with the rest of the book. You know that, O Zarathustra? Does he know that? Does life even know that? No one knows that. But it doesn't matter. The statement expresses the utmost love for life, a complete affirmation of her as she is. We can imagine that in this moment the spirit of gravity is crushed. Zarathustra is redeemed from revenge, and that he moves toward an intimacy with life never known before. The chapter ends with a short song entwined around the tolling of the midnight hour. It recognizes both the night wisdom that is deeper than day and the day wisdom of eternal return. As night is deeper than day, joy is deeper than woe, a deep, dark joy that affirms life in all its joy and woe. O man, attend. What does deep midnight's voice contend? I slept my sleep, and now awake at dreaming's end. The world is deep, deeper than day can comprehend. Deep is its woe, joy deeper than heart's agony. Woe says, fade, go, but all joy wants eternity, wants deep, deep, deep eternity. The 12th toll of the midnight bell of the last song ushers in this song, a wedding song on the first day of the new creation. As the dual title suggests, this chapter signifies the passing away of the old world of the teachings that deny life and the arrival of the new world that affirms life. The 7 seals comes from the apocalyptic book of Revelation, the last book of the Bible, In that context, when each seal is opened, a cataclysmic event is unleashed upon the earth to bring about its end. The song of Yes and Amen harks back to the chapter before sunrise, when Zarathustra praises the sky's boundless declaration of yes and amen to all existing things. This is the 16th and last chapter of Part 3 of Zarathustra. However, the first two parts had 22 chapters each. Yet Nietzsche did something clever here. If we add the 7 sections of this chapter to the 15 previous chapters, we get the number 22. This, by the way, is also the number of chapters in the Book of Revelation. And as for the total number of chapters in Zarathustra as a whole, at least in the 3-part form Nietzsche originally conceived for it, there are 66 chapters, the same as the number of books in the Bible, at least in the Protestant Bible that Nietzsche grew up with. The Catholics and Orthodox have a few more. In this final song, the marriage between Zarathustra and life is celebrated. However, she has now received a new name, Eternity. The images it uses are drawn from the book itself. While celebrating his love for life, Zarathustra celebrates himself successively as Soothsayer, Destroyer, Creator, Bringer of Harmony, Seafarer, Dancer, and finally and most supremely as Flyer. Each section ends with the same refrain. Oh, how should I not lust for eternity, and for the wedding ring of rings, the ring of recurrence. Never yet did I find the woman by whom I wanted children, unless it be this woman whom I love. For I love you, O eternity. For I love you, O eternity. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Nietzsche originally considered the book finished with Part 3. When he published the complete version, he only included the first 3 parts, even though the 4th had long been written. He sent a few copies of the 4th part to carefully selected friends with strict instructions for them not to mention its existence. Lampert treats this chapter as a relatively brief appendix to his commentary. I'm afraid I will do even worse and summarize it in only 2 slides. It is essentially an afterthought, though not, for that reason, irrelevant in understanding Zarathustra or Nietzsche's philosophy. Moreover, Nietzsche called it an interlude, that is to say, an interlude between the truly important events of books 1 through 3, charting Zarathustra's redemption and entrance into Nietzsche's philosophy, and the coming events of the Great Noontide, in which Zarathustra descends to humanity again to spread his new teaching of eternal return and inaugurate the new era. Finally, Nietzsche calls it the temptation of Zarathustra. What he is tempted by is the virtue or vice he is particularly prone to, pity for men, though he overcomes this temptation in the end. The temptation is made all the more serious because the men he pities are the higher men, the highest of modern men, who he recognizes are nevertheless not fit to be the new nobility of the world shaped by eternal return. He is tempted to go down to them before his time, rather than waiting for the right time to bring the great noontide. Each man he encounters represents a certain type or variety of higher man of his time. They are, in order of appearance, the following. The Soothsayer, the same preacher of nihilistic despair as in Part 2. If identified with a specific real person, this would be Schopenhauer. The 2 kings, walking with an ass, symbolizing the mob. Those disgusted by the mob, they are in their own way, as are all the higher men, infected by it. The conscientious man of the spirit, the rigorous scientific specialist who is proud to know nothing except his field of inquiry, in this case, the brain of the leech. The sorcerer, a poet and performer without inner substance, he manages for a moment to trick Zarathustra into believing he is earnest. If identified with a real person, he would be Wagner. The last pope, who served the dead god to the last and now still mourns him. The ugliest man, who killed God for his excessive pity, which shamed him. The voluntary beggar, Jesus, or a saintly figure very like him, who has given up on the poor and now ministers to cows, in whom he sees his new ideal. And finally, Zarathustra's own shadow, a wanderer who has no home, a follower of Zarathustra without the joy of Zarathustra, seeing him as he does, as a teacher of nihilism. The fourth part of the book begins with Zarathustra climbing a mountain to lure men with the honey of his happiness, seeking the promising higher man. After doing this, he finds the Soothsayer before his cave, who prophesies that Zarathustra will be tempted by his ultimate sin of pity. He then hears a cry of distress and rushes off to seek its source. Each time he encounters one of the men, he sees he is unworthy and sends him to his cave, continuing his search. But eventually, back at his cave, he realizes that the cry he heard was from all of them. It was their collective cry. That evening, they share a last supper in his cave, but he has to duck out to escape their bad air. While he is out, they institute a new religious festival in honor of the ass, symbol of the mob. When he finds out, Zarathustra is at first horrified by their relapse into religion, but eventually the joke dawns on him, and he commends their festival. He realizes their mocking worship of the ass helps to break the hold on them of the dead god, whose shadow lingers on in the universal religion of equality and pity. At midnight they all go outside and, led by, of all people, the ugliest man, they affirm their lives. For the sake of the day he has spent with Zarathustra, he will say to death, "Was that life? Very well, once more." As the midnight bell tolls, Zarathustra sings the Night Wanderer's Song, which explicates the 11-line song or poem sung to the midnight bell in part 3. He names that poem Zarathustra's Roundelay. This seems an auspicious ending, but the very next morning Zarathustra awakes to find a flock of doves and a lion at the entrance to his cave, the sign he had been awaiting that he should return to men for the great noontide. "My children are near," he says to himself. The higher men, however, until then still asleep in his cave, come to the entrance. The lion leaps and roars at them, and they all flee back into the depths of the cave, crying out their cry of distress as with a single throat. Despite their progress of the previous night, they have relapsed into their previous state of sickness and despair. Zarathustra realizes their lack of worth and the temptation he has passed through, but it is not to them whom he is going, but to his children, to others more worthy and ready to receive his teaching and practice it. This part of the book is rather unlike the rest. It is more excessive, more hilarious, more wildly ironic. It is, after all, only an interlude, a diversion between Zarathustra's two great tasks. Though I don't believe Lampert mentions this, perhaps it is Nietzsche's satire play after his cycle of 3 tragedies following the structure of the ancient Dionysia festival. Nietzsche does refer to Zarathustra as a tragedy in aphorism 342 of The Gay Science. Incipit tragedia, the tragedy begins. In any case, I'll let Zarathustra and Nietzsche have the last words. Here is how the book ends. "Very well," said Zarathustra. "The lion has come, my children are near, Zarathustra has become ripe, my hour has come. This is my morning, my day begins. Rise up now, rise up, great noontide." Thus spoke Zarathustra and left his cave, glowing and strong, like a morning sun emerging from behind dark mountains.